And there we go! It's been so long since I've had a Bobs and Angels run to look forward to. I'm kind of just gonna jump straight in, I think. I already have a save for the map, of course, because I had to make one for the community map stuff, but I'm going to be starting the same way anyone else would. I'm gonna start with the, the exchange string and everything. Just to make sure I don't have a head start on anyone, I'm not gonna load in and have a secret chest somewhere. I guess you'd notice, but Let's see. I am gonna stop talking real quick and check the stream, make sure my audio levels are fine. I haven't streamed anything in a long time, so... Okay, yeah, I just wanted to stop and listen to myself real quick. Not that I hadn't tested, my own audio settings real quick, but sometimes when you actually go to stream stuff, OBS is OBS, If you know, you know. So yeah, new game. Gonna import the string. And just go for it. And here we are on the new map. I am gonna just go ahead and save over that, not the creative world, that's what I used for making my thumbnail. There we go. And so here we are. I'll leave the ship for a little while. Some people like leaving the ship. Just making sure there's no little bits and pieces to pick up before I move on to something else. And... to tell you the truth, it's been so long since I started a Bob and Angels run, I don't even actually remember exactly what I want to grab. There we go. Okay, iron. Kinda thought that was the case, but... let's just pop you down... right there. Grab a little bit of coal, a little bit of stone. Stone's gonna be important too, but... I really am more looking... I might just can grab some rather than look around for rocks for 5 minutes. There's time to look for rocks later. And just gonna grab, a few pieces like that. And you go. What are you? Useful, but not for right now. Might as well grab a little bit of wood too. So, as for planning, what am I doing? Why am I doing it? So, in a factory game, you can't do altogether too much until you have some resources coming in. So, unsurprisingly, I'm just kind of gathering a little bit of everything. General plan, of course, is make more drills, make more crushers. If you're unfamiliar with the general processing in an Angel Bob's run, you can't just straight smelt the ore that you get out of these guys. You have to feed it. Oh, I did not set a recipe. Hold on, it's been a minute. What are you? You are saphirite. There we go. Oh, that'll cost me, what, 30 seconds? Oh well. Anyway, you can't just straight up smelt the ore that this thing's digging up. You have to crush it first. When you crush it, then you get... Ooh. Excuse me. My allergies has not been my friend today. But first you have to crush it. Then you take the crushed stuff and this crushed stone. Oh, I just realized this is my of course, it's only just been updated, but I haven't played this in Factorio 2.0 yet, so you can actually just alt-click on something to get the recipes for it, and that's going to make this a lot nicer. If anyone knows from playing Bobs and Angels before, this is just knowing what does what goes in what turns into what. That's a mess. So this is going to be immensely helpful. Anyway, as I was saying, you can't just smelt this straight up, you have to crush it first, but then, after it's been crushed, just straight in a regular old furnace, just like normal. I... oh, excuse me. I do think I am going to set up this guy. Just for the time being. Perhaps into a box. Just until I get another drill or two up and going. Because honestly, it wasn't doing me much good. Have to drill over here. Not that that's a surprising first move or anything. First drill almost always goes on coal, but I was also kind of just demonstrating the general resource flow in a Bobs and Angels run. And there you are, and there you are. Oh, I do not have alt view on. Silly me. And you know, early game is early game. There's not a lot of strategy, not a lot to think about until you have a few things to place down. Oh, I got 77 wood on me. Yeah. Actually, how did I chop down more trees than I thought? 77 is quite a lot. Maybe I was just kind of doing it while I was mindlessly talking there. Oh. How far away am I from being able to get another burner drill down? Shouldn't be too far. Let's grab some plates, and there we are already. Okay. And that just allows me to do the classic little back and forth snake. Smallest little snake you can make, but that way I'll at least always have coal on hand. Because we do have more coal-powered stuff in the beginning here than you typically would. Because this guy, the crusher, takes coal, at least in the beginning, and then we still have to smelt, so that's no different. I have a little bit. Like one operation's worth, but might as well use what you've got. And I'm also just cleaning up the ore patch a little bit. There's just all these little bits and pieces that'll be in the way eventually. Where should I throw smelting? I haven't really thought much about base design in general yet. We've got pretty good, like, open, clear areas throughout here. No biters on the map yet. I'm kinda wary of bottom left with all that desert there. There's some nice, like, large rocks I might want to work towards that way. Little pond for power I can use here, maybe down here. I don't want to build over one of the vents. And also, number one rule in Angels and Bobs is you always use more room than you anticipate. However much room you think you could possibly ever need, you're gonna need like 3 times that. So, it's almost not even worth planning too terribly much, because wherever you think you're going to be able to put something, you're going to need more room than that. So I think I'm going to try and squeeze power in down here, and then have general production more up here. We'll see how it goes. How's the iron situation? Enough for one more drill. Might go ahead and grab some of these, since I need them for drills anyway. This allows me to get some iron actually up and going. Well, assuming I throw power into it. Yeah, sure. Oh, I guess I missed some plates at the beginning since I didn't have alt view on. Grab you, and in you go. And so yeah, I mean, we got different names for all the resources, but for the most part, early game is early game. You're just going to be crushing ore before you can smelt it. Ooh, nice big rock up here, though. Thank you very much. Alright. Oh, this was already stopped. Surprising. There's not a lot we can do with this crushed stone yet. You know, Not much that's interesting. We can just turn it into stone. Later, we've got some, you know, mineralizing and other various recipes to help us either deal with liquids or improve things, but for the moment, we're likely just going to be turning it into stone. I actually don't even remember... There you are. Been a while, don't even remember where most of these recipes are. There we are. Let's see if I can get another drill up and going yet. One more. This guy, keeps getting filled. Let me see if there's anything I can do about that. Like, I could make a burner inserter. Maybe that's not the worst idea. Does mean I'll have to move this one closer, but I'll let it, finish cooking up first so I don't lose any progress. These guys are fine. I think 2 drills on coal is gonna be enough for now. I was just checking ammo there. I am a little concerned. I noticed on the map earlier that my pollution, it's going fast. Early game it always does. We got so much burner tech going on, and I believe, if I check... Let's see. Yes, fuel pollution, 200%. So, in, I actually forget which one, whether it's Bob's or Angel's, that adds a, you know, a 200% burn issue like that. Something that creates more pollution from coal, but we have better, cleaner fuels accessible in the future. For right now, coal is, it's stinky. There we go. And in you go. Oh, nice. Actually, he'll be able to feed himself off the coal inside this guy. Which is nice, I guess. It keeps me from having to stock him specifically. Three up there. Alright. So if I am planning on just kinda broadly this direction, maybe even a little more up, yeah, along the right side of these trees so I don't have to cut down this whole forest here. Just kinda thread right up through this way. Power, maybe I will put power off this lake, just keep it kinda on the bottom or to the right over here. Well, the left isn't bad either. That's a more direct shot from the coal. Probably bring the coal down and kind of around that way. Again, that's all a lot of future planning there, and Bob's and Angels has a way of not quite working out the way you'd anticipate. Hey there, how you doing? I'm still just getting started. Working on my first several plates, doing some base planning and all. Think I'm gonna warm everything up this way, get some power down around in here-ish. Oh, steam power. I always forget the, always forget, yeah. I guess what I mean is, it feels weird to get the trigger text in a Bob's and Angels run. I have this up next. Gotta make copper plates for you. Okay. That's no big deal. Does mean I have to have a whole nother crusher. Whole nother crusher setup and everything. But that's no big deal. There's a couple little things of interest. Might as well grab this big rock. Not that I really need it now at the time, but maybe I'll turn it into furnaces. What are you? Oh, one of these guys. Big puffer nest, huh? Exhales useful gases. Interesting. Now there's a big rock. Alright. I just wanted to scout this area out, see if there's any biters like right along the edges or anything. Just make sure I'm not building into like the worst possible place. I should add that, of course, when I make these maps for the monthly map, I do have to scout around pretty good, typically, around the edges, make sure, you know, there's a good oil patch, there's this or that available, that, you know, just good map procedure, you know. But I generated this map for just Bob's mods. Angels didn't actually come out until a couple days after the main thread had gone up. So I actually have no idea what this map looks like with Angels on, because Angels resources are completely different. It remixes everything. So there could be, just looking at this little dot on my map here, yeah, there's my first little base. Okay. Definitely not something I want to be messing with just a pistol. But anyway, that is perfectly fine. So yeah, this area kind of to the northeast there does look promising. And let's see, I'm sure this thing's gonna be plugged again by the time I get back. Yeah, output full, I saw. Well, at least it's still producing. Why did you say output full? Maybe I'm crazy. Oh well. Let's see. Let me grab all the iron, see if I can make another crusher. Oh, steam-powered mining drill. I forgot about those. Those are cool. A little more efficient since you aren't directly burning the coal. You know, there's efficiency gains to be had there when you're consuming steam instead of the coal directly. It's also that way you don't have to hand feed it the fuel yourself. It's just a little nicer. Crusher, right. Let me see. To actually remember, burner electric generator. It's also possible some of the stuff might just be... Let me go ahead and grab one of those, I'm gonna need it. It's also possible some of the stuff might be new in the new release. I've tried to avoid looking too carefully at the, you know, any spoilers or anything like that for new content that's come out in Bob's or Angels 2.0 before I played it. So it's possible some of the stuff could be new, could be different from what I've played before. And I do want... I think this patch up here was copper, so I am going to go ahead and just try and go for that trigger tech for the copper stuff. So I'm going to throw this guy up here, and I might as well make another burner inserter, why not? And just grab you, put you there, and put you there. Distribute some coal around, and there we are. Oh, always forget that you have to manually set the recipe. One more. And there we go. Yep. Okay. And that should get us some progress towards that copper trigger tech. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm starting to build up a lot of this crushed stone in my inventory, so let's just handcraft that down again. I am interested in this. Like, I wonder I wonder in what scenario that's useful for. Like, does it does it directly generate power, or does it still take water? Like, something's telling me that there's a reason this is here. I'll make one. I'll make one just to play with. Grab some of that copper, just in case I need it. Might as well restock on some coal. Probably not a bad idea to get another drill, another crusher, and so on set up over here, but I am a little bit wary about my pollution. Gotta make a lab next, and... okay. So it's not too different. Up through red science, at least. Basic circuit boards. I do remember making those. I wonder if those are any different. Because they're kind of the great filter, I think, of anyone who thinks about going into to play Bobs or Angels for the first time. They see the basic circuit board, and you either commit at that time or you just leave. Yep, okay, and you do need the circuit boards for the lab, so that is my next priority. So let's see. I don't think I'm gonna make power poles just quite yet. Well, okay, I will make a power pole, just so I can see what this guy is like. I am curious. Yeah, it doesn't look like he has inputs of any sort, like any fluid inputs. So, for example, if I just put you down, I can't make you. Right, I can't make you. But if I were to put just like a single piece of coal in you. Yeah, it does look like you would just make electricity. How interesting. Huh. Yeah, that's interesting. I'll have to play around with that. So. For now, though, I'm going to make another boiler because I know the ratio here is a little weird if you're playing vanilla, like 2 boilers to 2 steam engines. Like, why would you do that? But I do anticipate making a couple steam machines here. So, if I'm going to have steam machines, then I need more steam generation. Might go ahead and grab couple fish. Yep, I thought that was a weird fish. I just wanted to see. Any others? I'm not actually 100% sure if I can eat the weird fish or if they're just for something else, because I know you use them for something later on. That's just normal fish. Normal fish. Yeah, I'll take this one. I'm not gonna look too carefully because I don't really need them yet. Just throw you down there somewhere. Might as well start making spots for some of these things. I know I'm gonna need a lot of furnaces soon. And let's start planning out some of this stuff. So if I have steam pipes coming in this way, eventually, then I would like to have steam set up, you know, in this kind of general area. Maybe I'll be a little low down here in case I want to belt coal in later. So I want to dip around the bottom of these ore patches. So the belts would be coming in around here-ish. Just get this rock kind of out of the way. Might have to cut down some of these trees later, but it is what it is. I'll just give them a quick little trim right now. Let's say if I had a belt coming in around here, then I would want my boilers to be around here-ish. It's a little annoying the way this lake dips down just right there, but I'll deal with that when I need to deal with it. Flip you around that way. And yeah, I think I'm happy with that. That's cool. Just trimming these down so I can at least see what I'm doing. Alright, there we are. So I am gonna need a couple pipes. Copper pipes could be interesting. I do need quite a bit of iron right now. Might just be worth it, actually. I don't see any reason not to. There used to be some differences with different materials and different pipes and all. For example, I know there were flow rate differences and things like that in different material pipes, but now that we've had the fluid rework of 2.0, I actually don't know if there's any differences between the different kinds of pipes anymore. Let's get that going, and then, just for fun, I'll put a couple pieces of coal in each. Yep. And then, how would I get all this back? If I do use copper pipes, I'm going to need a fair bit more copper, so let me go stock up on that. And a couple for you. Oh, that's not your problem. Oh. Did you run dry already? I guess I didn't look at the patch I was using. Oh yeah, there's like 19 here. Oof. Okay. Where are you, Ghost? There you go. There you go. Okay. So yeah, I might as well just kind of dig this up myself. There's only 10 here, so I'll just dig this up and throw it in myself. Nearly there. 4 more. Not like there's a lot I could be doing right now anyway. Oh, they take longer to pick up. Interesting. Okay. Let me just, for science sake, and to make sure I understand what you mean, I just put those down there, and then a couple iron pipes on the side. Ooh, yeah, okay, just a little longer. Just a little longer. Not too bad. I can see how if you had miles of the stuff, that would be, probably a headache. Oh, I haven't checked the crushed stone over here in a while. That's probably just about full. And craft you up. Yeah, the reason I don't know if I explained that or not. The reason I was going to commit to copper pipe over iron pipe is just because I need so much more iron than I do copper right now. Like, at this stage of the game, if we were playing vanilla, maybe you'd want some copper for making circuits and all, but honestly, I'm so far away from having to worry about circuits that I am not all that concerned about tossing a few copper into the waterworks. See if I can start running some of this up, because it doesn't do me any good to craft the steam machines until I can actually use them, so let me do this. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That way I can walk down through here. Being able to walk through your steam setups or any fluid setup that you're making is always something you want to keep in mind. You're out again. What are you out of? Hold on, let me look. Oh, out of ore. Of course. I forgot. Where can I put you? Do you all have? Yeah, you're all... that one has 2. Hold on, where was that? No, it just... there, wonderful, okay. You know what? Funny enough, actually, I was just thinking about how these mixed patches are terrible. If I put you over just like a tiny bit of coal, you can actually Wait, was that 5 coal? Okay, never mind. What are these patches? These are terrible. I was going to say, if I put you over a little bit of coal, you'll actually be able to power this guy as well, but I guess that's a little too much to hope for. Let's get you there-ish, and then there. Don't forget to set the recipe. And you should be working alright. Did you seriously spend all 5 of your first operations just digging up that little patch of coal? Awesome. Cool, thanks. Anyway, I'll just let that go a little more, and I should probably make a couple more crushers at this point. I think resources are... No, I did not look for patches for the community map. In fact, I generated the map with just bobs. And whenever angels came out, I was just like, okay, to keep things simple, I'm just going to use the same exchange string, just throw angels in, and what we get is what we get. And when I saw the ore generation that you get with angels, I was like, oh boy. But that doesn't, honestly, even the visual doesn't tell you anything, because what you can't tell from just looking at it is how terrible these patches are also. There was literally 5 coal over here, and like 10 stereotype over here, and yeah. It's wonderful. Bob's was a little mixed, it was. One of the things that you have to keep in mind when generating a map for something like this, especially if you're generating it for other people, because you don't know their preferences or playstyles or whatever, you have to kind of try and be a crowd pleaser sometimes, but also you have to look for, does this map contain all the resources that people are going to need? Because especially on something like Bobs and Angels, there's so many resources you have to look for. You can generate great looking maps, but then you start looking around and you're like, but wait, where's the, you know, where are the gas vents? Where's the groundwater vents? Or where's the Bobmonium gonna be? Or the gems? Or, you know. Gems stand out to me because I had to regenerate like 5 different otherwise good looking maps because there were just no gems. Notice the trend, yeah. That is also something to take into consideration when you're generating a map, is that you have such a wide view on everything. Right. You gotta look for things other than just the starter patch. But sometimes when you're generating map after map, you get such a wide view on everything that when you're looking around, you'll be like, okay, these patches exist, good. And what you don't necessarily think about is that they exist, but they're a 5-minute walk from spawn in a random direction there are no other resources in, so unless they've really covered their base in radars, they're never going to find it anyway. I didn't want to build more burner drills for reasons that I mentioned earlier, but okay, copper, okay. I'm so scatterbrained right now, I forgot what I was even waiting for. I just knew I was waiting, and I was like, why am I just standing here? So let's grab a little more copper, see if I can get this pipeline going. Where am I going? There we go. That's not a lot of copper. I might be able to work with that, though. So let's just do that, and I might just finish out with a couple of random iron pipes. It's gonna bother me that they're mixed, but whatever, it's not the end of the world. Just run you kind of over this way. Oh, that's not very far. Oh, I did forget, it's possible that different materials might have different length undergrounds. Let me just look. Okay, copper and iron are the same, but, you know, take my word for it, there are different length underground pipes with different materials. That's one of the differences. Oh man, that did not get me very far. Okay, maybe I will make just a little more. Oh, I already have 3 burner drills. What am I talking about? Alright, give me another crusher then. Hold on. Where are the crushers? Does that tell me at all? I was just... it does. See? Look, the alt view is going to be so nice because there's so many tabs, especially once you get into late game stuff, that it's impossible to know where something's supposed to be. So this one's going to be in the refining. And there they are. Okay. Very nice. Just make another of each of those. I'm not going to worry about this patch up here too much. I am going to just go ahead and move down here. Say... there. Grab another drill. Did I make... I did not. So let's get another one of those guys. And I should have plenty of furnaces. Throw you there. Grab you. In you go. And fuel everything up. Awesome. First extended underground is Bob's first alloy. I mean, that would make sense. Like, that would make a lot of sense, actually. Well, I am going to... Oh, this is out of fuel. How am I out of coal? Oh, I haven't grabbed any in a long time. That's how I'm out of coal. I knew I wasn't using that much. Let me just stock you up. And in fact, I'm going to just pop down another one. Make you. In you go. Pull you up. Awesome. Okay. So, while this is going, one thing that I doubt most people would know coming into a Bobs and Angels game... Where are you? I forgot the recipe. See, this is the experience you can hope to enjoy this whole time. This is just me playing Bobs and Angels, is coming back sometimes half an hour later, wondering why nothing's working, and then going, oh yeah, there was a recipe I had to set somewhere. But anyway, so something that a lot of people might not notice whenever they go to play Bobs and Angels is if you grab just a random inserter and put it down here, there's this little configuration panel over on the right. And right now there's not a lot, but this gets a lot more powerful later on. But what you can do is, let me make another box here. And put just a piece of coal in here. Right now, this inserter is looking up here for input. And if you put something up there, it'll just pick it up. Woo, it's an inserter. Amazing. But you can also go in here and say, you're gonna output straight ahead from the inserter's perspective, but I want you to pick up from the left. Oh, wrong way, from the left. And now, it'll pick up from over here and drop over here. And you may notice that since inserter pickup speed is actually radial, it does pick up and then wait for the arm to swing. Not only can you do crazy compact contraptions with this, this right here is literally faster than if it were picking up standard. So, I don't know of too many cursed applications for little mini inserters like this right in the early game, but it's so powerful and it's so much fun to play with. Did not set the recipe. Of course I did. Okay. How's the crushed stone in here? Not too bad. Pick you up. Pick you up. Okay. Let's come down here. Again. Just give it a little check. And let's make some more pipes. I do realize that I'm making the pipes to get the steam over here. I could be worried about making the belts to get the coal over first, but You kind of need both before you have a fully automated system anyway. It doesn't matter too terribly much which one you prioritize, so I'm just prioritizing the pipes first. I think I will go ahead and try to use as much copper as I can. And we're most of the way. That's not too terribly bad. Some of you, if you're not all that experienced with Bobs and Angels, might be thinking, why am I putting all this effort into getting Steam Tech when I'm not that far away from electronics anyway? Like, you know, where's the electronic drill? Where's the electric inserters and all? Well, you see, all of that stuff is going to take basic circuit boards. And basic circuit boards take copper wire and wooden boards, and none of this seems too terribly bad. But then, notice, all of your assemblers are burner or steam powered anyway, and you need your first several circuit boards to work towards science. Electric is its own phase after the steam phase. If you try and just gun straight for the electric phase, it's not impossible, certainly, but you're going to cause yourself more headaches than you solve. And, okay, that's gonna be a minute. So let's see if I can't just start running some of these pipes up. Because I think this is an acceptable place to turn. I have no pipe. There we are. Okay, now is the time that I think I can start worrying about actually making steam machines, now that I've got the steam up here. And it's going to be so nice because then I don't have to worry about hand feeding all the machines separately, I just have to worry about keeping coal in the boilers, which is definitely a step up. Granted, I haven't had too many issues with things running out of coal lately. If anything, the one resource I've been running out of is actually the ore in the ore patches. Yeah, okay. Just making sure everything's running nice, and let's start looking into recipes here. So we are going to want one or two of you. In fact, I might just go ahead... No, we'll hold off. We gotta... one thing at a time. Let's make some of the steam mining drills first. 4 will completely replace what we have. We don't have a steam burner crusher yet. Or, a steam burner, yeah, of course, that's how words work. I wonder, actually, is there even a steam crusher? Let me just look at crushed stone, for example. You can be made... No, okay, so you don't have a steam variant, you go immediately from burner to electric. But that's fine, that's fine. And just pick up a little bit more. So let's see if I can't... Okay. So I'm just looking at how the pipes work. So it would be cool if I could do this. Yeah, that works nicely. That way the pipes line up and they can feed each other. Let's go ahead and see if I can't just run you down here. And while it is going to be kind of in the way, it would also be a waste to do an underground pipe here, so I'm just going to put a little bit of normal pipe. Then I can swap you guys out. I do have to go put fuel in the boiler. Oh, and make sure you're turned the right way. There we go. Let's see. Grab some of you. Oh, I have some stuff in my inventory. And just do that. Now with the steam going in, that's wonderful. Okay. And I would be more worried about replacing these with steam inserters. I wonder if there's an efficiency difference. Hold on, let me see. Does it say max consumption 144, max consumption 105? Okay, so the steam-powered ones are, it looks like a little more efficient, but maybe a little bit slower. I say slower, of course. This one says rotation speed 280. This one's 1080. And you might be thinking, you know, what are you smoking? What are you on? But notice that it does say that your first boilers will output steam that only makes it run at about 20%, because steam-powered inserters do run faster the hotter their steam is. So, at that rate... yeah, it's a little bit slower and just a little more efficient, so it's probably no different. So, in that case, if I have to put coal in the crushers anyway, I might as well just leave these guys here. It would just be a waste of iron otherwise, and I'd have to run pipes in there, which makes everything messy. What are you? Stereotype. Is that stereotype? It is. So let's just put you in there. Crushed. Yeah. I guess that's when I picked the setup up earlier. You guys still doing okay? Yeah, you're perfectly fine. And I will go ahead and swap out these two drills. I might go ahead and just move this down here so that I can avoid having to run pipes to both. How much is on... how much you got? You only have 60, so I'll probably just let you run out rather than trying to move you. And when you run out, then you run out, and I just won't replace you. So let's see. Burner miners, steam-powered miner. I'll put you here, and there. And you actually are a ghost for now. And crusher. Ooh, sip of cold coffee. I guess it's been longer than I thought. Let's see. Okay, there's my pipes. See, I did plan ahead a little bit. I am capable. Maybe not extremely, but a little bit. How did I place you as a ghost? Did I do that? Did that make sense? And one more pipe. There we go. Now a little bit of coal for you and for you. Set the recipe. I remembered this time. Almost didn't, but I did. Throw you in there. That's gonna be enough to run you out. Yeah, you only got like 50 pieces of ore left. Okay, so that's probably a good place to just let that run for a minute while I think over my designs again. So if I do expand the steam setup down here into power later, just a couple more boilers, throw some steam engines down this way, then I can run power up towards this way, probably have a furnace stack around where the ship is, maybe just a smidge higher. And then production will be kind of along the top of the lake here, going up. So I might, just for reference, just for my own sake, start placing some ghosts down. Maybe, let's say ore is like around here-ish. Then I would probably want production to start coming up this way-ish. So my furnace stacks will be horizontal around in here. How many ore types am I gonna have to worry about right at the very beginning here? So I've got iron and copper and lead. I don't know if I need much lead in the early game. Like, I don't know if that's an immediate concern or not. So I think I'm just gonna worry about, you know, your standard iron and copper for right now, and just make 2 furnace stacks horizontally this way. And again, like I was saying earlier, you can never leave too much room in Bobs and Angels. However much room you think you will need more. So this is a very temporary setup, and I'm not even worried about, you know, proper ratios for later or anything. This is just something to get me going for right now. So let's just start 4. Hold on. I apparently can't count today, so let's say 8, another 8, and then inserter, built, inserter, built. There we are. And then copy that whole thing and do 1, 2, 3, 4. My ghost is in the way. I'll just replace that. And again, this is more for visualization than anything. I may or may not actually put the all these furnaces there. I'm just going to see where the day takes me, you know. And I'm going to start with half stacks, just because the very first belts that we can make, right here, only move 7.5 items a second. Maybe that means something to you if you're a veteran Factorio player, but if not, then don't worry about it. It just means that I couldn't even manage this full stack of throughput if I wanted to on the gray belts. In fact, I might as well start crafting a few of those. How have I managed to screw this up? I literally counted you. Alright, that's fine. That's fine, clear you out. And just... inserter, build, inserter. There we go. Now through here, I do think I will probably use steam inserters, just because they're going to be in a pretty straight line anyway, and that seems reasonable. So I am going to go ahead and craft up a fair few of those. Leave a little room. Do I want to leave room between them? Well, I need output room. I don't know what I'm thinking. Alright, so 1, 2, and then let's say 1 square room between them. And just do that. And I might as well go ahead and throw those in the hotbar, because I might be using these for a little while. And just start getting these guys placed down. And there we are. Let's see, I guess that means I should throw a pipe down here too, yeah. I am going to just commit to the copper pipe, even though they do take a little longer to pick up. I just don't have very much copper demand at the moment. Might as well make the most of it. Okay, for science, can I? Okay, I wanted to make sure there wasn't a hot swap. Like, with a lot of items in Factorio, it's actually very convenient that you can just kind of click and drag and it'll hot swap where it needs to, but I actually wanted to make sure I couldn't hot swap over the inserters. Go ahead and make a lot more of you. I'm gonna need more. And you're finally out, so just going to... How much ore is in here? Hold on, 63... Yeah, I might just leave a burner over here to pick up some of this just garbage. Yeah, there's like 47 ore here, so... There we go. Throw the burner here, and a furnace. Oh, and the recipe. See, I can learn. I can do it. Alright, and I think I will just tap the top up here. Oh, am I out of undergrounds? Let me make a couple more. And then start running you over this way. Just somewhere over that way is good enough for now. Let me check on... How are you guys doing? You are out. Glad I looked. I do realize I'm committing all my resources now into my smelting stack when I actually don't even have an automated way to get coal into the boilers yet. So maybe that is some misplaced priorities, but they're the priorities that I have. Just full commit all the copper into pipes at the time. I don't think I'm gonna underground there because I'm going to need more underground pipe as I go for the belts and all. Wonder how I want to do this. Do I have? I do. Okay, that's really nice actually. I'm very glad you can make splitters and undergrounds without having to research anything here. That makes this so much nicer. How expensive are you? You're reasonable. You take stone and wood. That is so reasonable. And copper wire. Okay, that's not terrible. I'm very happy with those recipes actually. That is an odd amount of kindness, actually, for Bobs and Angels. Maybe I turned this too early. I might actually pick this up and move this down just a little bit. What's your underground range? Okay, that's why you're cheap. That makes more sense. Okay, we get 2 tiles. 2 tiles is more than enough. More than enough. Okay. And then I can just run you that way. And that's why I like underground pipe. There we go. So we'll do that. Do I have more, you guys? Okay, I only crafted enough to be able to do inputs because I'm intelligent. How many do I need? So 32? There we go. And for now, I'll just try and match the pipes below. There we are. Same over on this side. Why haven't I put these furnaces down? Alright. How am I going to do anything with you? Maybe. Yeah, that's intelligent. I can do that. Don't even need that pipe on the end there. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more furnace somehow. Ah, maybe something I crafted took a furnace. That would make sense. There we go. I am off. There we go. And put you down. Okay. You know what? My count's all wrong. I'll deal with the other stack later. Let's just finish up the actual stacks that I have. Because for whatever reason I was thinking these were finished, and they definitely are not. I am out of copper, so I'm just not going to worry about the rest of that. So my general plan is if I have to connect all of these with pipes anyway, then I'm going to just run pipes between here, and that'll connect these guys. And the actual challenge is going to be how do I connect the near pipes rather than the far pipes, because the far pipes I can just underground and that's no big deal. But connecting the pipes that are actually close to each other is actually somewhat more challenging. Which is interesting. What an interesting thing to be stuck on. Forgot to take the rocks out of those guys for a while, so... You're empty again. Let's just throw you down here, I guess. Take the rocks out of there. I have one crushed stereotype. There we go. More rocks. Always more rocks. Okay. I am going to make a garbage chest also. Oh, I already have some. And that way I can throw these burner drills. I don't really need this guy right now, but I'll hold on to him. And I might be overbuilding here. To be perfectly honest with you, I don't actually remember, and that's assuming it hasn't changed, but I don't actually remember just how much you have to worry about your early game building here. So this could be completely overdone. I'm willing to own that if that is the case, but you know, I'm just building up what I might need. And speaking of what I might need, I will need more than 5 steam-powered inserters. I also need more pipe. Let me see, how am I... Okay, I am out of those belts, which are going to take most of my irons. Let's grab a little more iron. These belts are going to be for bringing coal down to the boilers, because I still have not done that. Speaking of which, I just noticed those boilers are empty, so I am going to come up here and grab a little more coal. How's the pollution? Let's see. That is a very fair point. Okay, not too bad. I've been trying to keep it kind of under control, and the trees are going to help a lot. But once I burn through these trees to the south especially, and kind of the south. Why is my brain exploding? The southwest direction. I'm probably going to have a bad time. This is my nearest nest that I know of, but I should probably scout out here when I have a moment. Let's go ahead and just start sketching the belts out here. Let's see, if I have right there, and I just run back. How far does however many belts this is get me? That gets me to here. Okay, that's a pretty good distance. That's respectable. Go ahead and make some more of those. A little more pipe. I'm sure I'm going to need more pipe in the future. Connect you guys up. And I think what I'm going to do, because I was thinking about this, is I believe I'm going to connect these at the end, actually. So I'm going to make a couple random underground pipes here. And since I'm not likely to use these anyway, I'm probably going to just trim a little room right here. I do hate that I have to do an underground belt because, you know, it's just messy. But messy still works. And in that case, I don't need the underground pipe, actually. That's completely superfluous. So I will just connect you up there. I have to underground you anyway. And there we are. Actually, that doesn't work. I still have one more furnace to worry about there, so let's move you here. Oh, can't hot swap. I can swap there. And there we are. Very nice. Okay. And then I'll just continue this up this way and do the same thing once I'm in the way up here. I'm just gonna underground again, which I might as well go ahead and do. I do need a lot more copper pipe. I am looking at this arrow, by the way. Assuming you're familiar with how fluids in Factorio work, when I mouse over this, it says just over 70 meters. I don't know if different material pipes in Angels and Bobs have different max distances, which would be interesting if they did. If they don't, it almost feels like a missed opportunity, unless that's just not something that's exposed as like a modding surface type thing. There we are. So that's actually all hooked up and ready to go now. Fun enough. I think this now looks ridiculous. So this can move. And I think I'm just going to move this back so I can raise the whole thing up one, instead of just having that one weird little kink right there. And that tree's in the way. And I won't underground there. Pipes are actually kind of a precious resource right now, so let's not be wasteful. So at the very end right there, we're at... Oh, that's my distance remaining. Okay, for whatever reason I was blanking and I was thinking that was... Yeah, okay. Hold on. Or maybe I just don't understand what the number means at all. I was kind of thinking that was my my total distance to the thing, then I was thinking it was my distance remaining, but actually looking at various different things, that makes no sense. So I don't know. We'll figure out pipe stuff when we get to pipe stuff. That's one part of even vanilla Factorio, actually, that I rarely interact with. Why are you not... Target full? Stereotype. Oh, you're trying to... I didn't realize I'd misplaced you. That's my fault. That's a little annoying. That's a little annoying. Okay. Alright. Everything moves back one. That's no big deal. It is what it is. There you go, there you go. Now this is you. Paste you over. And move you guys. Or are you a ghost? You can be a ghost if you want. Okay. There you go. Always gotta remember to put some fuel in. Oh, I didn't want to put 200 in you. Alright, there we go. That's a little lost productivity time, but it is what it is. I have a lot of this crushed stone. That's something, if you do play along, you're going to be dealing with for a long while, is having so much crushed stone that you have no idea what to do with. That doesn't go away really anytime soon. Before I get too excited and think about smelting stack up here, I do want to finish the long trek out to the boilers so that I don't have to keep hand feeding them with coal. I'm actually, just thinking ahead a little bit, going to make some... Oh. I didn't realize those took the burner drills as ingredients. That actually gives me something to use those guys on. That's what we'll make a third. And since I am... Oh, stone, go away. Since I am just waiting to handcraft some things, I'm going to go ahead and do that scouting I was talking about. It's a little slow, just walking up there on foot, but it's better than taking a surprise attack to the face. So I'm going to just try and hit this corner up here, and then follow the line down. Oh, there's a base right here, and it's big. Oh, okay. Fortunately, we're well outside my pollution range, but that is definitely something to be worried about. Anything down this way? Because I think my pollution, that's kind of up in the trees. Even though I'm definitely worried about it, it'll be a little while before that's a problem. But if there's anything down this way, this is mostly desert through here. Really? Hold on. There's already an infinite patch down here. I'm not very far. Oh, and there's a base. Okay. So there is a base right down here in the desert to be worried about. That's not great. Doesn't seem to be anything along the south yet, though, so... The south, I think, is a more painful direction. Oh, and there's a... Okay, there's a single worm. There's a single worm out here, all by itself. And there's a pretty good lake down here. Oh, I just saw on the mini-map. There is a smallish base. What are you? Devitalized biter spawner. Okay. So there's a little base over there, but not really anything to worry about. And there's all these trees too. So that's a pretty good buffer against that one. All the same, I do probably gotta worry about military before too long. Oh, I am out of steam. Let's get a couple more belts on the way. Always need more belts. And just, there you guys go. Oh, might as well get, do I have burners? No. You can do it, come on. Alright. So throw some of those down there, that way I don't have to walk back and do that later. I'm gonna go ahead and throw these up in here. And just start running this again. Now, where's coal? Coal I can reasonably get to from about right there. Oh, a little high. And there we go. Okay, awesome. Now I should have the steam-powered drills. I don't actually know... Oh, I like that they have a, I didn't even notice until now they have a larger footprint. I guess that's why when I upgraded this guy, he started mining into the red. That makes sense. Yeah, I might as well make a fourth one. Just for symmetry reasons, and maybe I'll need it before I think I will. I'm actually going to need a little more belt. Funny enough. There we are. And then I just have to actually get the pipe over here. Actually, I guess I could connect from the bottom. There's no reason I have to connect from the top. And rather than using an expensive underground pipe, I will use a cheap underground belt. And there we go. So that should be... It'll take a while to get down there, but yep, that's coal taken care of. Okay, very nice, very nice. You're empty again. Let's move you... here. Yeah, that's fine. I don't even have to move the whole setup. Didn't really mean to pick up that much garbage. There we go. And there we go. Okay. I have one rubite ore just stashed away. You know what? That can go in the box. I don't need you right now. Keep the ever-present stone crafting going. You know what? I can make my very first steam-powered assembler. And it will just take care of that for me. Is it a little wasteful when I'm already that close to a biter base? Yeah, it is. But it is nice. I will just go ahead and throw you down here. Maybe I'll even get a steam-powered inserter. Like that. And a couple boxes. You are going to make stone out of crushed stone. Now, is it blazing fast? No, but it doesn't need to be. It's literally just going to sit there and make stone. Okay, so now that we have this set up, what do I really need to worry about? Because honestly, as much as I would love to get this whole stack set up, I am a little bit worried about potentially getting my face eaten. In fact, I am going to go ahead and just manually save right here, in case, you know, something goes wrong. Let me look at the tech tree and just see. Okay, that is red science. We're not very far away from red science. That is just gears and iron plates. The lab, of course, does take basic circuits, but I can just handcraft a couple basic circuits. That's not a big deal. If anything, I kind of feel like maybe I should have already had a little bit more of this going, but oh well. I mean, I've been working on things that are important as well. So let's go ahead and yeah, I'm gonna make a couple more steam assemblers, and once those are done handcrafting, I will also probably handcraft a couple basic circuits just to help me get on my way. And let's see, there we are. Now the question is, where exactly do I even want to put this? Because they're kind of gonna be a block. They're gonna be very much in the way. If this is just a temporary setup, maybe right here. I don't want to block this ore patch in case I just suddenly need 10 for something, which isn't unreasonable. Sometimes you just suddenly need something, you know? So maybe I will make a quick and dirty temporary science right around here, and then throw some underground pipes right this way. And just do kind of a line of them. The line doesn't work that great, to be totally honest. So maybe I'll do something a little more like this. And just see how that goes. You will make the basics. And you will make copper wire. Assuming I can find... What can I not make? Oh, there you are. Very good. Very good. Okay. Maybe then... Actually, I want you, like... over here. The copper wire. Now I need a couple inserters. I'll go ahead and make a couple more of the steam guys. so. Like so. And like so. There we go. I actually like the steam inserters. It's a fun puzzle working the pipes through everything. I quite enjoy that actually. Like that's really nice. So let's see. You just need wood. You will need copper, and you output. So let's get this started with not quite all of my wood, but a good chunk. Throw some copper in there. And there we are. Now, is it perfect? Is it, you know, perfect ratios and all? Absolutely not, of course, but we're going to tear this down before too long anyway, so all I need are circuits. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the first couple, use them to make a single lab, and that trigger tech should give me the recipe for red science. And it does, okay. Which is just iron and copper. That I can deal with. Gonna make a couple more of these guys, just have them on hand for when they're needed. That pollution cloud is definitely starting to make me nervous. So let's see. So I need one for gears, and I think that's just it. Throw you. I am gonna need a couple more of those. Let's just make 5. There we are. And get some pipes over. Cool, and awesome. Need more boxes. Let me just make a couple of those. And you can feed directly into the lab, which actually is electric. And I have this guy. I might actually be able to put him to use now. Let's just throw you there. I will need a single power pole. Throw a little bit of coal into you, and you have power. Now, do you burn? No, you don't even burn when you don't need to. Very nice. Okay. Do need some... I was gonna say I need some copper. I literally have some. Not very fast, but you know, it's early game, it is what it is. Okay. There's the very first one, very first science. Okay, there we go, very cool. Give me guns, please. Do I want guns or turrets? Honestly, I think I want guns first. Have some more, by now very cold coffee. Hope that's not something you can hear, by the way. I don't imagine that would be super pleasant, but I didn't... When I was doing sound tests earlier, one of the things that did not pass through my mind is I wonder if they can hear me drink cold coffee. Well, that's actually, that's a lot of circuit boards. I remember this being a lot more painful. Maybe it's the next tier of circuit boards that I was thinking of, because I remember this being a lot worse. Not even very expensive on the wood. Like I've got plenty to go. Okay, maybe are you full? You are full. Huh. Maybe I'll change things around just a little bit here. How could I do that? Okay, I'm gonna move... Let me take all the fuel out of you so I don't waste any. It's one piece of coal. Gonna move you to the bottom. Put that back in there. Do like that. And make... Oh, I'm out of iron. Guess that happens when you throw all your iron in a box for something else to use, but still. Oh, okay. So maybe it was harder then. Because, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, is that I remembered this whole, like, multi-stage, like, wood processing setup. You had to, like, laminate your boards and everything, and it was quite a nightmare, and this is not bad at all. You still, chugging away? Yeah, you're still doing just fine. Get some more of this stone thrown in there. And of course I have one random... Oh, thank God. I panicked for just a second. I thought that was the biter attack achievement. Where aren't you going? Oh, because my science is done, of course. Okay. Definitely guns next. Let's get you made. I'm not usually a big fan of the shotgun. Like, maybe if things really go south, I'll look into the shotgun, but typically I don't really enjoy the Tier 1 shotgun very much. Interesting that the magazines take coal now. I do kind of like that change. Just, you know, if you know the composition of gunpowder, it makes sense. I'm checking now how far the coal is backed up, because I was kind of expecting there to just be a belt of coal I could take from, and the fact that we're actually not really outpacing our coal demand here is... It is concerning, actually. I thought we were doing much better than that. Like, it's not that long of a belt, so it's not like it's still just filling up or anything. Our coal demand is just that high. So maybe these burner machines are a little more inefficient than I was thinking. Out of curiosity... Oh, I don't have access to the electric ones yet. Well, I have you. What are you like? 21 watt. And you are okay. Okay, so you are like 5 times more inefficient. Okay, maybe there's a little more pressure to switch to electric than I was originally thinking. Maybe that's something I want to put a little more focus on, because I have just kind of been expanding out with steam-powered stuff, and I've been enjoying it. I like the steam-powered stuff, but in that case, that is absolutely unsustainable, especially at this rate. Not that that's going to change my immediate plans. I'm still going to do this, swap you over, change you to gears. I need a couple more of these guys. Oh, I'm out of copper pipe. There you are, there you are. You down here. Connect you. Don't need that anymore. But I do need... How am I going to get that to work? Give me the lab back. Thank you. Should be able to just do like that. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, I do need to put resources in the box. Resources, always good. And there we go. That should be producing twice as quickly now. I need 1%. How am I even just 1%? Brother, you're only 10 science packs. Okay, cool. Good, sure. How much you? You're fine. Okay. Almost 100 of those, just out of copper up here. I might even just throw more copper in there, why not? Got a couple more science packs to play with. Is there anything else that I would want? Getting electric automation up and going would be good. Like, I was just complaining about the efficiency of the burner, or the steam stuff, but to be honest, no. Let's just stick with steam for just a little bit longer until I'm sure that I can handle at least small biter bases. Need more iron. It's perfectly fine. Wonder how these guys are keeping up. Okay, it looks like even at this speed, they are outpacing how fast one lab can do research, which is fine. I am perfectly happy with that. You know, that is actually going to take quite a long time. I didn't look at the research time on this. 30 seconds and I need 100 of them. That's... yeah, okay. I'm gonna just do that. Okay, the coal has backed up now, interestingly enough. I'm not sure why exactly that is. I might go ahead and just make, you know, a couple more things that I'm probably going to need. Just stock up on some pipe, a couple more belts. The upgrade to yellow belts, I'm assuming probably don't take basic transport belts as an ingredient, but maybe they do, and if they do, then I'll need more anyway. Alright, I'm so easily distracted. Hold on. Let me go grab iron and copper and start handcrafting some guns. I am very much going to need them, I'm sure. So let's just get that taken care of. Cannot walk through pipe. There we go. Awesome. Now what am I missing? Iron. And grab some iron. That's not a lot, but I'll take what I can get. Yep, science chugging along. That's just fine and dandy. And that's finished. Okay, so we are going to move on to projectile damage. Are you any better? No, you are exactly the same. I know I can burn algae. Or, like, eventually you can burn algae, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. Cellulose fiber does burn. So I know that's a fuel source. I just don't remember if it's viable at this stage of the game or not. To switch over to that over coal. But that's a fair distance off anyway. I'm not really all that worried about that. Got some pumping stuff that I'm not really worried about right now. Electric drills might be nice to have. In fact, I'll probably just throw those up front. And at that rate, walls are cheap. Grab some walls. Anything else real cheap? I think that's a good list of priorities for right now. Let's get that going. So, now that I have my guns, let me make sure there hasn't been any funny business. Okay, does look like I can just place them and go. I think I might make a little save scummy save right here, just in case I overcommit. And I'm going to deal with some of these bases. Like this guy over here is real big, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle him with just a couple guns. How are the worms? Small worm, small worm. Devitalized. I'm just looking at some of the information, like, I'm not 100% sure what all of that means. But I should also be fine. So, gun. Here. Just gonna make a little fallback line. Yep, thought that was gonna happen. And go, and go. And I needed to bring repair packs. Or at least I needed to research repair packs. Oh, I also need to equip my gun. That would certainly help. Okay. So now that I have my little fallback line. There we are. And get you in there. You're gonna have to solo for just a second, my man. Just tank him. Tank him to the face. Thank you. Go ahead and pop that. Oh, you're out. Awesome. Yay. This might go bad. But if it does, all I've lost are guns. Guns can be replaced. Oh, don't stand in goo. There we go. 4, 3. Oh, and that's it. Out of ammo. Okay, well I got 2 of the nests. And I'm probably gonna die. Hey, there we go. Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, did it go wonderfully? No. But it was a proof of concept. I kind of thought I might just instantly wipe when I ran up there, which is why I made that one little save. I wanted to make sure that biter balance hadn't been tweaked too terribly, and it looks fine. Surprised this guy's still going. I kind of threw him up here to just eat away at that one little patch, and as it turns out, he's just still going strong. Gonna collect some of the stone as well. All right. So, ammo. Let's stock up on a little more ammo. That's plenty. Let's get repair packs and just throw that right there. I don't need them really, but they're nice to have. And honestly, now that I brought that, that's down to 2 spawners, that's not much of a threat anymore. Like that's two, that's two, that's two. That one's just one. I probably won't bother going back and finishing that off. I was just worried there were so many spawners over there that if I took an attack when I was unaware, that could actually cause some damage. But now that I've got the machine gun and I've got some gun turrets I can sprinkle around the base, I'm not overly concerned anymore. It's mostly that sprint to getting your first little bit of ammo, first couple guns and all. That's when things are tricky. That being said, where do I want to go next? So, filtering furnace is interesting. Electric mining. Okay, so you are the same price. I can't make electric assemblers now, which is probably not a bad idea. Oh, I can check now. So max consumption 1 to 3 kilowatts, max 300. Okay, so yeah, that is a big deal. I do want to switch to electric pretty much as soon as I possibly can. That being the case, let's go ahead and make a couple assemblers just for parts for me, so I can snag stuff. For example, this gear assembler over here. You just holding gears? Yeah, let's just snag some of you. And then I'm gonna throw you over here, and you're gonna be a dedicated crafter just for parts for me. You're going to make gears. You need a box. Pour some iron in. Get another one of you. And a pipe. And another box. Okay. Now I've got circuits and gears, and that'll make crafting just about anything a lot easier. Still quite expensive, but, you know, progress is expensive. Coal is fine. I keep an eye on that because, you know, if coal runs out, then I guess I'm not making pollution anymore, but not for desirable reasons. Might go ahead and start making... Oh, the repair packs are interesting. Might go ahead and start making some small power poles, just planning for the future. Throw a little copper in there, just keep that going. We are out of wood over here. I'll just throw whatever wood I have in there and chop down a couple of trees so I can keep some wood on myself. Probably prioritize chopping down the dead trees, actually, so, you know, they're kind of spent. Yeah, a lot of these trees over on the side over here are not looking so great anymore. Grab you. Through you. It's a little inconvenient that you have to be down there, but it is what it is. There we are. And throw you there. Everyone wants fuel. But that's a-okay. Nope. I want that one. Okay. Do I have random junk? I do have random junk. Very nice. Okay. We are reaching the point now where I have stuff researched that I should be making, but I don't have the resources to make, which tells me I probably do want to worry about getting this stack set up over here. But now that I know just how inefficient the steam inserters are, unfortunately I am really considering replacing them. Not that inserters are the most power-hungry things in the world, but like, it is what it is, you know? Let me make I not make, hold on. Okay, walls. Good. Okay, I have a couple steam engines. And they don't consume steam if there's nothing to power, so there's no reason not to just go ahead and put them down. Just planning for the future when I have a couple more down there. And then let's just run this up. That is a very fair question. Whether the numbers are entirely accurate or, you know, how that all works. I don't really know. Like, it does say there are max and min consumptions. But the max on an electric is 21 kilowatts and the min consumption is 400 watts. So the way I'm interpreting that is that if I have one of these just sitting there doing nothing, it consumes 400 watts just to exist if it's connected to your grid. But while it's moving, it will consume 21 kilowatts. The steam-powered does not have a min consumption, so it doesn't consume steam if it isn't doing anything, which is cool, but then when it is moving, it will be consuming 1,005 kilowatts worth of steam. Steam engine, for example. I don't know if there's some sort of, like, modifier here. Like, I don't know on the steam inserter, for example. It says max consumption 105 kilowatts, but that's of steam. So I'm assuming 105 kilowatts of steam is the same, like, the same idea, the same thing as energy produced from a steam engine. But to be frank, I have absolutely no idea. Like, I'm just assuming that's equivalent right there, but it could absolutely be different somehow. I was mostly basing off the idea that they were less efficient over the fact that I was going through so much more coal than I should have been on a base my size. But funny enough, we are actually backed up on coal now. So, I don't know. There could be some oddity going on. Consuming 165 degrees steam at 1 per second is less power than 500 degrees, isn't it? I mean, potentially. Nothing here, it does say that the steam-powered inserter moves faster when it gets higher powered steam, but it doesn't look like it consumes any more or less steam. Does that make sense? Like, it looks like the hotter the steam is, then the more energy it contains. Kind of like the difference between a steam engine and a steam turbine. That's how I'm choosing to interpret it anyway. I could be completely mistaken there, but that's how I'm reading it. I think the only real way to know for sure would probably just be to make a test world and have some direct comparison tests. Just have, like, you know, 30 steam inserters over here, 30 electric steam inserters over here. Wait, did I just say an electric steam inserter? Yeah, I don't know, you know what I mean. 30 steam, 30 electric, give them the same, like, total input, the same amount of coal as power, and see which one is able to move more items. And yeah, the inserters are kind of the least of my concern. They use so little power anyway. What I was mainly worried about was the drills and the assemblers. Speaking of which, I should probably start switching over to electric drills and get a couple more assembling machines made, which is going to need a lot more iron. Yeah, I definitely don't have 2 iron mines is definitely not cutting it at this point in the game, so I think I am going to go ahead and start this this stack up here. So that'll be just kind of general input for iron, and I'm going to leave a little room, just because leaving yourself room is just kindness to your future self. That's Factorio wisdom. Bring that over, and that'll be just general input for copper. And I'm also going to have another belt on the inside that is just for coal. And then right before they go in and get mixed, actually don't even need these undergrounds anymore, the way that I wound up doing stuff. Right before they go in and get mixed, I'm going to mix half the belt of ore and half the belt with coal, and that'll power the furnaces. Which does mean, actually, I should go ahead and make a couple splitters. I'm gonna make a couple more gears, that way I don't have to handcraft quite so much. Science is still chugging along, but that's not gonna finish for a long time. And let's see, let me go ahead and throw these on the toolbar there. So if I have coal coming in... Ooh, it's a little rough. I want to avoid this patch, so coal would probably want to come in around here-ish? Say like here? Yeah, that's fine. I can work with that. And yeah, just kind of... That's actually completely unnecessary. Don't need to do that at all. There we go. Is it the most ideal solution? No. But, you know, we're early game here. These belts are able to move like 7 items a second. We're not going to stress over it. And, what? You know, fine. I'll complete it. Alright, so we've got our inputs for copper, iron, and coal. And I did try to leave room for the other 2 metals we might want. For tin, I'll probably put it below the iron, and then for lead, if we do wind up needing that soon, I'll put it above the copper. That is going to kind of box in our copper and iron so that I can't easily expand them later. But let's be real, this is a very temporary setup anyway, so I'm not going to stress about it. Build compact and regret it every time. Yo, you know it. Especially Angel's Box. There, as I've said several times by now, there is no such thing as too much room in Angels and Bobs. Why do I have ore? Crushed sapphirite. And throw the stone in. There we are. So, iron is honestly just about good. It's kind of this copper that's going to be really in the way here, so I'm just going to ghost that down so I know about where it's going to be. I do realize I placed the ghost over the tin, but whatever. This is completely contained within this ore field anyway, so it's going to be going over something. So honestly, whenever we need more of a particular patch, I'm going to worry about it later. And then here's iron. So I think I will go ahead and just do something kind of like that. Oh, not like that though. Yeah, that's roughly good. Definitely need a lot more belts, but that's what I'm trying to work at. Yeah, let's get a couple more miners. Gonna need them before too long anyway, so... Shame that doesn't reach. Oh well. I think I will do something like that since this is temporary anyway, and then just keep kind of running over this way. And then wherever that winds up, it'll wind up. So I'm trying to aim for roughly around there-ish, but I also don't really want to rip up all of this. So I'm probably going to do something a little bit jank for the short term. Should probably grab these gears, but you know what? It's Factorio, we'll always need more gears. Why are you not running? You are full of stone already. Okay. Guess I haven't come by and picked up from any of these guys in a while. Oh yeah, that's a lot of stone. Okay. So how far can I go for... Okay. So right around here... Yeah, that's fine. Now, of course, this is a little overkill, but better a little overkill than not quite enough. And I think I'll go ahead and just move this up a little bit. No reason to be married to this design just because I happen to put it down in like 4 seconds. There we are. Now all I need is power up there, and we'll have our very first electrically mined ores. Not usually something that takes this long to get to, but you know what? It is quite the milestone if I say so myself. And there we are. Okay. Very nice, very nice. We do still need the coal coming in, but you know what? That's our first ore on the belt. I'm reasonably okay with that. I think I'm gonna leave these in place for right now. And instead have... Just because I don't want to make that many belts coming all the way down here, when I could instead just have belts going like right here, that just seems more reasonable. So I'm probably going to have coal for right now come up and around. I am debating it though, like, yeah, I think that's more reasonable. Just because we have this whole temporary setup down here, I don't really want to be in there and messing with that, so I'm gonna just throw a couple drills over here at the top and call it good enough. These are, unfortunately, going to be kind of off-grid, so to speak, with the other drills, which bothers me and probably literally no one else. But if there's someone else out there, you know, we're on the same wavelength about this. There we go. and just drag you up, and about there. Oh, no more gears, okay. Definitely need this extra ore. Definitely. Oh, that's not nearly enough, okay. I'm gonna need... I'm gonna need multiple undergrounds to be able to pass this 3-tile wide area. I actually can't underground horizontally. I will have to underground both of these separately. That's very funny, actually. It bothers you, but you do it all the time. Yeah, that's honestly Factorio in a nutshell for me, is like, I don't really like this, but you know what? It's gonna be there and I'm not gonna look at it very much, so I'm not gonna stress about it. Huh. Well, you know what? I've made worse mistakes playing Angels and Bobs. If anyone else hasn't been paying attention at home, I just connected raw uncrushed ore directly into my furnaces, and the furnaces can't smelt this, so this is completely useless. I will have to first have a complete crushing setup before feeding into the furnaces. Ow. Okay, I just have to think a little bit. So there's plenty of room over in this kind of general area for doing most of the crushing for the other ore types. Unfortunately, that doesn't work very well for iron. Oh, did you notice? Well, would have done it if you hadn't. Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay. Let's make a lot of crushers then. Actually, before I commit to making a lot of crushers, let me look and see what rate everything works at, so I can try and figure out just some basic idea ratio. So mining speed, 0.5 a second. Where are the... I don't even have electric crushers. Hold on. Where do I get access to... Okay, that's a red science. Why do I not just have you queued? Fine. And that's fine. Let's immediately start working on you. Okay. Oh, no idea. Okay. This needs iron. How's the copper? Decent enough amount of copper. How much science? I'm gonna need 50 science for you, and I need 20, so 70 science in total. Oh, that's enough copper, okay. Gonna need more iron, but, you know, you always need more iron. Let's, find a good place to throw this. Okay, Yeah, I've definitely built myself into a corner here with this temporary setup. I might go ahead... This literally isn't even running. I think I'm going to go ahead and tear this down. Yeah, the steam comes in from underneath, so this isn't going to interfere with the mining at all over there. It will interfere with science if I'm not careful, but I think what I will do is I will bring a pipe down this way. Let me make a couple more pipes. Kind of here-ish. There we are. And that way I can just tear all this down without worrying about disrupting science. Please stop throwing items on the ground, thank you. Let me pick up these inserters, I guess. Okay, there we go. And there we go. Okay. So, now let me think this a little bit. I don't need you anymore. Let me pick you up. I don't know how efficient or inefficient you are, but I'm willing to bet I probably don't want to be relying on you. So if I bring the iron down kind of to this area where I'm standing right here, I think I can manage a big crusher setup and just have iron first. Everything else just gets nudged to the right because iron gets to be special. Let me rip all these ghost items up. And how's science? Can I make another lab? Is that ridiculous? I can make another lab. That's no big deal. 2 labs is ambitious with this amount of science production, but maybe I can make another assembler? Maybe 2? Little more iron. Always need more iron. Okay, 2 for now is fine. Okay. That's going to be fine. I kind of thought that would cut one of these inserters off from Steam Access, but they're actually just dandy. Do something like that. It's ugly, but it works. You are probably faster. Maybe just a smidge. Oh, well, you're more efficient. Whatever. Oh yeah, I had more labs to put down. Sorry, that's gonna break everything. I know. I know. There we go, and perfect. Awesome. Awesome. Good. Beautiful. I love it so much. It's not horrible at all. My first regular inserters. Because they're just more convenient to put down. Okay. I'm doing this, by the way, because otherwise I would have to use the burner crushers, and I really don't want to build an entire setup that's relying on even more burner machines than I have to, so I'm just going to hard commit to having the electric crushers, and once I have them... What? Where are you here? Oh no. Once I then have the electric crushers, I'll put them down here. You are out of fuel. How are you doing? You're fine. Great. 10 out of 10 early science. Oh, it's just the best. Oh, you are out. Oh, I kind of don't like that you're out. I don't have that much more copper for you to mine, to tell you the truth. You are... Okay. I'm going to move you up a tile, because that's still fine. I'm going to move this pipe down to here. That just works better. And everything can stay exactly where it was. I am, funny enough, actually able to, I didn't anticipate being able to run 3 labs off of just this setup here, but hey, look at it go. I might be working through a backlog or something for all I know, but at least for right now, it's working just fine. That's a lot of how I play Factorio, though, is just, I know I can look at numbers and speeds and stuff, and I can, like, this is 0.1 per second, but I don't really know how fast I'm consuming the science with 3 labs and this particular research and so on, so I just look and go, yeah, that's probably enough. Speaking of which, I guess I should go ahead and start cleaning up these belts here. And there we are. One advantage to the really slow belts is you can actually run along them relatively easily. Vanilla rates let one science run 3 labs vary sometimes. I couldn't agree more. Oh, I did not want to pick that up. Okay, and there we go. This one's going much faster. So once that's done, I've been just trying to accumulate some iron because I'm sure I'm going to need a lot of iron. In fact, maybe I should go ahead and start crafting some gears just in anticipation. I'm sure I'm going to need some. Oh no, that is a perfectly valid way to play the game, to obsess over the ratios and make everything perfect and all. I did one of my most insane runs of Factorio. I wish I had, like, video or even just screenshots of it or something. Let me start this handcrafting before I get too distracted, because... Oh, it's not even done yet. Okay, well I can yap all I want then. I once did a vanilla Factorio playthrough where I made separate bases for every science. You know, I got to late game, launched my rocket and everything, and I thought, I wonder how much resource, how much power, you know, everything each of these individual sciences take. And so for every science pack, I made a dedicated base that only produced the science packs and the things they required. Like, the only input was raw, like iron ore or raw oil or whatever, and the only output was science packs. And that was actually a lot of fun. That was a very, very surprisingly large base, but also a lot of fun to play with. Alright, what can I do here? So, we have the crushers. Oh, stone bricks. Ah, that's unfortunate. Okay. Stone bricks. And for the ore sorting facility, which I would really like to have, is also stone bricks. I'm not going to worry about setting up the sorting facility immediately, even though it is very good to have, but I am going to need stone bricks. And for stone bricks, ironically, I'm going to need more furnaces, which means more stone. I actually have quite a lot of stone on me, so never mind. Let me go ahead and do something kind of like this. Let me not grab that underground at the beginning. Okay. Surprisingly, the ship just barely gets to stay. I'm making a whole furnace stack for stone bricks, because I do remember that, like, this is not a fluke, this is not something that's going to go away. You do need, like, a fair number of stone bricks as the game goes on. Don't know why I'm starting from the end, that makes no sense. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I recommend it. It was a fun playthrough. The one where I had all the different sciences. It really made me realize just how much of a jump in complexity there is between something like green science and blue science. That was, like, I knew, of course, there's a difference, but actually seeing it and being able to look on the minimap and go, no, this is how big of a difference there is, that was a lot of fun. Oh yeah, I don't have just like a billion belts. Where's my coal line? Okay, my coal line's up here. Okay, that does mean I probably do want to, I do want to go ahead and rip out my coal line as well, so that I can have the coal coming in from the bottom. Or I could just not. I could just not. Also, I could also just not. There we go. Like it was always meant to be that way. Oh yeah, now we're playing the game. Now we're playing Factorio. Yeah, being able to see the scale was the whole, like, original intent behind it. Just, like, being able to see how much resources a red science build versus a green science versus everything else takes. It was a lot of fun. Okay, let's not get distracted. Where can I get stone from? Do I even have a stone patch? Like, on radar coverage anywhere? Because... oh, there might not be stone patches, actually. You might have to get stone from crushing stuff. I mean, I have more than enough stone. I would just like to be able to belt it in from somewhere. Which means, for the time being, chests. Wonderful. Okay. I don't even know where power is. That's gonna have to connect to somewhere. Okay. That's fine. Wonderful. Good. I just won't look at that part of the base. Okay. Need a lot more pipe. And we're gonna need a couple more these guys. I did just realize that I have 5 underground copper pipe. And that's awesome. You know, that's really good. Need a lot more of these. How many am I still missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Okay, well that's a nice number. Let's get the belts down. And then just fill these out. There we are. What do you say? Oh, because I haven't connected you. That's a perfectly valid reason to say no fuel, because you have no fuel. I've given up on making this look nice at all. I'm just going to connect the pipes where I can. There we go. Okay. All of this will get reworked at some point, it's just not going to happen right now. There we go. I think it might be time to tell the ship goodbye. Everyone give a salute. Farewell, ship. I am out of pipe. I did just say I'd given up on making it look nice, and I'm immediately coming back to help it look a little nicer. There we go. That wasn't gonna happen. That was no good. Bring everything over. And oh. Out of iron. Always out of iron. Ordinarily here, this is where I do some sort of buffering or something, but for the time being, I'm just gonna take the stone brick. Probably important to keep the stone flowing as well, so let's grab just a lot of stone. Perfect, okay. Now, let's see, I have been working on this for almost so long that I forget why I was even doing it, and of course I require... Hold on, why do I require crushed? Oh, I need regular stone for that, okay. Well, you know, I can just come and grab some. Five is not a lot, but I'm limited on iron now, so that's still limited on iron. Okay. I mean, that's what I've got. I often will delete the ship immediately, I must admit, but I know there are quite a few people who enjoy leaving the ship there, and it is fun if you can get the late game and make a little shrine to the ship, but oftentimes I do not have that much forward thinking and self-control. My base grows around the ship because that's where I spawn, and eventually the ship is in the way. These are not very fast to craft, but fortunately I don't need to craft them very often. Hey, I guess I should say, first smelting stack is up. That's something. That's nice. You might be noticing, by the way, this is the reason why I didn't bother building the stacks any larger than I did, is that not only is it this gray super slow belt, but it's actually only half a belt using this design. Even once I upgrade the yellow belt, I'm only going to be using this much. So while we're on gray belts, we aren't going to be using even half of this. I just also kind of anticipated switching the yellow belts a little bit faster than I wound up. Why do I have so much of that on me? Anyway, crushers. So this is going to be for iron here. Let's say iron comes out around here-ish. And I will probably... Yeah, I just really didn't leave myself room for any of this crushing. Ooh, hold on. I just noticed something more urgent to take care of. Oh, that is not good. I'm very glad that I noticed. That's where the extra pipe came from. My whole base almost ran out of power because I was a little careless with my pipe laying. You're out again. That's not wonderful. I'm not gonna bother with it right now. I don't need that much copper. It'll be what it'll be. You're also out, but again, I have other things to work on right now. So, the best way I'm going to be able to get the crushers in here, and eventually I'm going to want the sorters as well. So, yeah, I really wish I'd remember this before I threw my smelting column down. I think what that means is eventually smelting will have to move. I'm going to move it probably over here, more where I have these ghosts start going vertical. And then I'm going to put crushers in here, and then sorters above them, because then eventually there's also more steps after sorting, and I can kind of just keep going. Ore types can go horizontal, and processing steps can go vertical, is kind of what I'm feeling. And by the time I have enough ore types that I need to cover the lake, I'll have landfill, and I can do whatever I need to do. So for now, yeah, before I fully commit, I'm just thinking about it. But like, yeah, like this isn't even in operation, it's just built. Building is nothing, deconstructing is nothing. I'll just tear that down, start putting crushing in around here. That's just what needs to happen. So once again, I will have crushing as a vertical column so that ore types can go horizontally, and then different processing steps will grow vertically on top of that. So let's just get into it. Actually, don't, I intended to look at speeds here, but I don't think I ever did. So 0.5 a second for drill. For crusher, crafting speed 1.5, but it takes 20 seconds. Oh no, that's crafting time, I'm stupid. Hold on. Where's an ore recipe? Okay. 4 seconds for 2 pieces of ore, so that's 2 seconds a piece, but you have a crafting speed of 1.5. So it's a little over a second a piece. Yeah, that's fine. It'll get faster as we get higher tiers anyway, so it's not worth focusing too much on that. I just wanted a rough idea. So if we can handle roughly 1 per second, that's gonna be roughly aligned with furnaces, so I don't see any reason that would be a problem. I think I am going to go ahead now and rip up this temporary science setup. I don't really need it. It's in the way. It's gotta go. Maybe that's a mistake, but it's what I'm going to do. And almost there, and... okay, there we are. Let's clean up some of these power poles, because they are pretty ugly. Not that that's worlds better, but it's a little better. Okay. I don't have very many of these, but that's fine. I'm only going to do down that far. These are, unfortunately, kind of in the way. Where can you go? I would really like you to be here, which actually lines up much better. Okay, awesome. Same deal, kind of in here. Just do something like that. Alright, and what am I missing? Missing iron. Always missing iron. I think what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and get recipes set on these guys. So you're going to output mixed products, which is something that we're going to be dealing with the entire time that we're playing Bobs and Angels. But fortunately, now that we have splitter filtering, that is a lot easier to work with. And even if it wasn't, we also have inserter filtering, which is more where my mind's going right now. I could, if I wanted to, have inserters filtered to take only the product we want out, and then another inserter filtered to stone and take that out. But the reason I'm not super keen on that is that in the future we'll have many, many more ore types, and you can't just have a filtered inserter for each of them. So I am going to instead use filtered splitters. I know I am future-proofing for a base I fully intend on tearing down at some point, but I don't know when that point will be. So I think I'm gonna do one of these kind of things. Oh, that's all my inserters. Let's get a couple more. Like that. Which does mean these power poles aren't quite going to work. How can I make you less ugly? Is there anything? That's not horrible, I guess. Not good, but not horrible. I need a lot more belts. So that's my input right there, and then outputs along the sides. I'll figure out how to join them in a moment. Let me make sure these lowest tier things can filter. Okay, they can filter, which is fantastic. Let me go ahead and put this down, I guess, then. And I'm going to filter my output. Filter crushed stone, which should be in here, I think. Crushed stone. Okay, and that's going to filter down, so then any ore will filter up. And keep in mind, as we have more and more crushers, that's going to be more and more crushed stone coming in. So it'll just get filtered down every step of the way, because I will just merge belts. Like, if I have another belt coming in this way, I do intend to just merge it in. Is that going to cause throughput issues? It will, but, you know, you deal with throughput when you come to it. Exactly. What would Factorio be without excessive future-proofing that never becomes relevant? I mean, that's just engineering in a nutshell, though. Whether you're programming or doing anything else, it's like, well, okay, but what if the user winds up typing in a password that's 15,000 characters long? You know, you have to be prepared. I am unfortunately going to have to rip out this entire setup, which I'm not super thrilled with, but at the same time I've made worse mistakes. So let's just... I did also want to get rid of all of these steam inserters anyway. As cool as I do think the steam inserters are, and I do actually really enjoy them, they've got to go. They're probably all gonna go get thrown in a box. This, not that I wasn't warned, but these do take a minute to deconstruct, it seems. Oh, I did just break the input, so let me find somewhere else where I can beat this. I guess that works. And make sure that I do remember to hook you up. Okay, there we go. Just because I do actually need the stone coming in, and probably should be buffering it now that I have the ability to. I'll just use steam inserters. Might as well. They are just right there after all. Okay. Can I get one more of these guys? Just for symmetry's sake. I can. Okay. Yeah, it's one of those things where even when you know that it's a bad idea, you still just go for it because you're like, well, I need iron for so many other things, but you know, it was 20 seconds of cleanup for, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes of a head start. Granted, it was for a head start that I never even got to turn on, but it felt good building it. It felt like I was making progress. Actually, all this whole coal belt needs to be picked up. That's unfortunate. That is going to disconnect, actually, the stone. So I might go specifically hook up the stone belt. Just because I do need the stone to be running. Almost done. Okay, there we go. Man, it's a lot easier to clean up in Factorio when you make a mistake once you have bots, but we are so far away from bots, it's not even funny. Probably going to rework this so that the stone comes in from the top. It just works out a little cleaner that way. And then stone comes in from the bottom. There we go. What else? What else? Okay. So I need to just start getting stuff on belts, I think. There's a little more to clean up, but, you know, I'll get there. I'll get there when I get there. Let's go ahead and reverse the direction of this belt so that I can have it start coming down. And I'm going to have you come in from about here, I guess. Tried doing a steam-powered run once. Ended up deciding it was annoying and electricity was better in the long run. It is. I actually really liked working with the steam-powered stuff. I found the challenge of like getting the pipes and the steam-powered inserters and all worked in. I actually really enjoyed that. I found that fun. But if my understanding of the numbers is correct, it's actually much less efficient. Like, they consume considerably more power. and I had some... My base has been so inactive for so long that I actually have like nothing going on, but my pollution cloud was getting kind of close to some of these biter nests, and I had no guns or anything at the time, so it was a little dicey for a minute, so efficiency was on my mind. Right, this. Let's get this hooked in. These pipes are like right in the way, but whatever, I'll just work around them, I guess. I have a ton of ore just chilling in my inventory, including some of this stuff. Where did this even come from? How long have I been holding on to this? Enjoy. Might as well check for stone. Oh yeah, those were full. Okay, glad I did that. Let me check some of the other guys as well. Oh, you are both out. Okay, I currently have no copper. Okay, that's kind of a big deal because I don't even know where another patch is. Okay. Stereotype. I have a lot of iron. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to really work for my copper in the very near future unless I commit to ore sorting. Which unfortunately I think I might have to just do immediately, because that is going to get me a little bit of copper coming in. And I don't see any more stereotype anywhere. Which then just does make this setup even a little more complicated and a little more expensive to set up. Okay. Well, you know, I'm glad I checked. Let me just make sure that's working properly. Does seem to be. Okay. Go ahead and clean up the last little bit of this. Because this is exhilarating. I will say though that whenever I'm working with pipes in Factorio, I was always like the outlier, I feel like, because a lot of people tend to dislike, for example, oil setups and stuff like that, and I never quite understood why. Like, I guess I don't really get the difference between having to set up pipes for things and having to set up belts for things. But something about pipes in Factorio just really doesn't click for a lot of people. Like, not in like a negative way. Like, it's a game, you know, everyone can have their preferences. I just always found it interesting. There's some sort of disconnect there among the player base about, like, this kind of transport is fun and this kind of transport is not. I guess that does mean I don't have to worry about the crusher line for stereotype anytime soon, because I'm just not going to have any. I guess I can go ahead and connect this straight up. And rip this one out. Yeah, like, I think maybe some of the deal with oil is that it is more complex. Like, there is quite a bit of the game does explode once you hit oil processing, and suddenly you have, like, for the first time, you have recipes with multiple outputs and multiple inputs and stuff like that. But, I don't know, it's something that comes up pretty frequently, like, especially if you look at, like, the subreddit where people who are just starting the game are talking or things like that. It's just one of those things that you see pretty frequently, and I always just find interesting. Making a couple assemblers here so that I can start working on some of this crushed stone, because you can just throw it in a box, but we do need stone, so figured it's probably a good idea to just start processing it. Probably, honestly, just mirror the crushing setup over there. I have no idea how much of this I'm going to need, and honestly, just don't really care at the moment. Agreed on it being an interesting challenge. Wish max temp assemblers and steam inserters were at least as good as electric ones. I know, that is my big gripe with them too, is that I really wish they were... Like, I wish there was a use for them. I wish there was some, like, fun, niche thing you could do with them. Because... I don't know, I guess I kind of like the almost steampunk aesthetic. Oh, I didn't line these poles up. Oh well, they get to be ugly. But I really like the idea of running like steam pipes around the base and powering stuff off of it. That just seemed fun. And I don't know, I wish there was a way to make it better than it is. Exactly. Balancing stuff was difficult too, and that was actually what made me get into circuit network stuff. That's still pretty much, in my opinion, the only real reason to use the circuit network in a game other than just for fun is balancing oil products. This is stone. Let me move you over just one so that I can have some buffered input here. That's the wrong direction. Let's not do that. Just hand feeding everything. That sounds painful. Yeah, one more steam temp would be fun. Just something. Even if it's a little silly, even if it's, you know, even if it's something that isn't quite reasonable, if there's just something that could make it worthwhile, I would enjoy that. Hold on, why am I blanking here? Why does this feel wrong? Let's go priority right, priority left, something like that. I did that exactly backwards. Priority right and priority left. There we go. And then that'll buffer my excess and help balance as well. I have to actually set recipes in here. That would be helpful. Okay. And I think that's going to just work. Yes? Now we have the crush doors on the belt, and that I can actually just smelt. But as I was just talking about a minute ago, I actually can't just smelt anything. I do actually have to, like, have to put it through the sorters as well. I'm kind of debating on just leaving stone here. It's really in the way, but honestly that's kind of funny. I might just leave it here. And I do need the stone. So let me see how bad I can make 2 of these. It's gonna take an eternity to handcraft all those gears, but I can do it. Oh, and just in time, because I am starting to deplete some of these starter patches here. Let me grab, I can ghost you, okay. I'm going to try and figure out exactly where I want to put this, because I don't want to start cutting into these trees prematurely, but I don't want to build, like, an eternity away either. So maybe... I don't know if I'm going to bother double-siding these, because I remember these having large throughput, I think, but worst case scenario, then I just put another one, like, here, you know? So, for now, I'm going to put both of them here and just see how that goes. And start running my input up this way. You are going to need power, naturally. I'm going to put power on this side, because I might want a lot of filtering. Like, this might be a busy side over here, so I'm going to try and run power over here if possible. That is fine. That's fine. Yes, cool. And let's get this set up. I'm going to remove you from here and put you there, and in fact, I am going to go and put you in my box. I don't want you anymore. I'm just debating the numbers that you're throwing out there. That's really interesting, like an interesting set. So, one piece of coal, steam inserter moved 630 items to electrics 480. But the steam is out of steam, while the engine still has 60-70 units. Interesting. Get a water to electricity set of recipes. Yeah, the bioprocessing stuff. I looked at that. I'm still a ways off of it, but it is interesting. I do... Like, there's so many little knobs and levers and things to consider when playing Bobs and Angels that... Like, I could play this for hundreds of hours and still have someone come up and give me some, you know... It's one of those games where no matter how much you play it, there will be someone out there who's able to tell you some weird interaction of items that you just had no idea about, and that, to me, is incredible. I love games like that. I am going to start getting... Oh, why do you not have power? Well, you have power down there. Fine. Fine, good enough. Okay, so this is going to go... what is your crafting speed, first of all? Crafting speed 0.5. Always good to check. The recipe itself takes 1 second, so that's 2 seconds for 4 pieces of ore. Yeah, that's plenty. I'm not going to have any throughput issues for a while. Grab some power. Let's see if I can't just mirror that onto this side here. Very nice. Okay. So I'm going to send the ore up this way, and then bring it over this way. As I did say before, I would like to have vertical setups for each ore type, and then horizontal setups. You know, in other words, I'll have here for like, I don't remember the names, hold on, why am I blanking? Sapphirite. So I'll have like this setup for sapphirite, and then I'll have a setup like here and here for stearite, and then here and here for rubite, and so on. And then all the outputs get fed up. And that way I can just kind of sort and mix and store and do whatever I need to the ores themselves up here, and then I'm going to funnel them over to the right and smelt them. That is my running plan. Yeah, 2 in, 2 out. So it's, you know, we're not breaking any laws of thermodynamics here. Not yet. Took a break because he needed an answer. Okay. Oh, let me see. So, 985 electric items versus 635 steam items. Even though the numbers are off, electric's more efficient, just slower. Interesting. Okay. So steam is faster then. That's fascinating, actually, in an interesting way, because I would kind of assume it would be the other way around, but good to know. Let me get this random crushed ore. Just out. Why do I have this? Go away. You wind up with so many weird bits and bobs playing these games. Okay. Big deal, though. We are, like, officially or on the bill. So that's, you know, something to celebrate. I'm very happy about that. Let me see, how far away am I from making 2 more of you? A lot of iron, some circuits. Okay, I did tear down my circuit build earlier, and stone bricks I should just have. I am going to worry about smelting first, though, because we're... What time is it? We are 3 hours in, and I don't have a smelting column yet, so I am not setting any speedrun records today. Let's see, if I could, I'd like to set smelting up over here, because I know processing's going to continue up and up and up for a while, so my idea is I'll just continue up as far as I need, and then just shunt it back here to the beginning, and have my inputs down here somewhere. So... really I'm worried about horizontal room, because I'm not sure how much horizontal room to leave, and like I've said 30 times by now, there is no such thing as too much room in Bobs and Angels. Base steam assemblers are faster too? Interesting. Less efficient, but faster. Okay. Doing fine. Okay. I'll take that. I'll admit, I'm not one to, like, how do I put it? I take my time when playing automation games, or most games for that matter. Like, I know there are... Hold on, I'm being ADHD for a moment. I'm trying to see if I can pick this up. Like, I'm going to not destroy that, because to be perfectly honest, I don't remember if there's a reason to leave that there or not. Like, maybe I need to pick this up or build something over it, or I don't know. Anyway, I doubt that's the case, but I'm not going to be destructive if I don't need to be. But when I play games like this, I typically take my time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And, you know, that's... People like to, compare themselves often and be like, oh, it took me this long or that long or whatever. But I'm usually pretty content to just do things at my own pace. Let me... There we go. And then this side over here. I should have done the outputs, but I don't have enough inserters anyway. Let me craft up... Oh, I'm almost out of those. It's a very good time, good timing that I've already got the copper coming in, because I am now out of copper. In fact, let me run power over here, because I literally might not even have the power for the inserters I've already built. Where even is power? Okay, I've got power, like, over here, so let's just... Yeah, I am out. Hold on, let me stop that. Yeah, I am out. Okay, it looks like I'm gonna be hand-feeding some furnaces for a minute. Let me just do that, that's easier. There's one stack. Let's just get another stack over on the side, and then I'll have to run back and grab coal, because I didn't think about it. I'm gonna leave 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And once again, 1, 2, 3. There we go. And pick these up. There we are. Okay. Quality Bobs and Angels is, if you mean in the future, that'll be very interesting, yes. But it is explicitly mentioned when you go to download the mod pack. Angels specifically, I should say. Bobs is fine as far as I know, but Angels does specifically call out that it is not at all compatible with quality, and it does just like become unreasonable. Like it's pretty insane, but it hasn't been balanced for quality yet. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I'm out. Man, I'm going to get this by just the skin of my teeth. I've got like nothing left by the time I'm done. Oh, wrong key. Let's just, can I not do that? Why can I not? What? Hold on. Have I made a mistake? I might have made a mistake. I might have made a mistake? Okay. I might have made a mistake. I'm just looking through recipes for a second because I've got to be real. I don't. Okay. Okay. So I've got iron and copper, but it seems like at the moment I can't actually do anything with it. Very cool. Yeah, exactly. Which I can imagine, like, fair enough. Like, labeling quality as incompatible would certainly get people to raise some eyebrows there, but honestly, it might just be for the better that, you know, you're upfront with it and say, yeah, that's just not going to work. Speaking of not going to work, I'm not going to be able to directly smelt iron or copper. It has to go through additional refining, which I did forget. So it looks like I'm going to be not only hand-loading my first few things of iron and copper, but actually only hand-loading iron. And I will just have to go find copper somewhere. Okay. You know what? There you go. Okay. And then let me just do some of this. Alright, so with that out of the way, it looks like I am going to have to... Let me throw this on a belt somewhere. Correction. Allow me to put this in a chest somewhere. Oh yeah, I have no power poles. That's the whole deal. Okay. Fortunately, I'm not, like, out. I do have little scraps left over here, but it does mean that I'm going to have to very carefully consider how I use the rest of my copper. Please. Thank you. What? Oh, there you go. Let me just do that. And then... oh, there's actually 170 plates in there. That's not too bad. I wonder if there's any down here, because I know you guys were kind of... okay, no. You are out. How can I rearrange this without killing coal? Let me get a more dedicated line of steam into coal. In fact, let me just, if possible, can I make a couple electric drills? Just a few. Well, it doesn't matter because I have no power lines. Hold on. I also have no wood, so let me go grab wood. There we are. You know what? I have, like, 1,500 copper in my inventory. I was just out of wood when I couldn't make circuits earlier. I mean, I'm still out of ore. Like, that's still not exactly good, but I guess I'm not quite dead in the water yet. Go. Pick up you guys. Where'd you go? There you are. And get some coal into you. There we go. And one of you, can you make that just barely? Okay, in which case I'd be much happier to do like that, I guess. And then just connect along that way. And there we go. Okay. Alright, crisis averted. Well, okay, kind of. I still need to do research in order to use the copper and iron that I make, but at least, like, at least I have the time to breathe now. Let's move you up front. I'll have to make another temporary little science setup. I've still got my labs on me, and I have some of these steam-powered assembling machines, and honestly, I might just use them. I think I'm going to just run back to over here where most of this stuff was set up before and just set it up again. So let's see. Gear, science, science, and then let's go ahead and set recipes. So science, science, gear. Let's get the lab down here. Like that. And then, can I make just a couple more? Yes, okay. Got a few power poles to spare, and I can pull power down from, like, literally right there. And that misses, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Get that in there. Perfect, okay. Need a couple more inserters just to get resources in. That shouldn't be a big deal. Grab some boxes. Okay. And let's see, does that do it? How much do you take? So we have to do 50 at 30 seconds apiece. Okay, so this is going to be a little while. Oh, I am missing an inserter. Oh, because I don't have one. Because I don't have iron? There we are. And there we are. Okay. Let's see. I might just move this guy, because this is probably gonna be a minute, and I am probably gonna want more iron. So let's see if I can just move you back like 2 tiles or something. That should be fine. Yeah, that works out pretty nicely, I'd say. Right there. Give and go. Okay. Still gotta move you over, but that's fine. And move you over, and there we go. Okay. Don't forget the coal. Whew. I'm definitely accruing an interesting collection of random junk in my inventory, but at the moment I can't really be bothered to clean it out. Yep, and that is everything I've got. Okay. About 25% of the way there, so what can I do while I just wait for that? Because I was really banking on being able to just smelt straight up copper and iron ore, and the fact that I can't has really thrown a wrench into the plans. I guess I can throw some of this... Oh, I don't actually need you anymore. I have a whole setup over here that does that. There we are. And I don't really need to turn all of my stone into this, so I might actually get a little fancy. Well, I don't have like combinators or anything. Let's not get overcomplicated with it. I'm sure I'll need stone for some point. I'm just gonna hold on to some stone. I have random ore chunks in here, so I'll just throw that in there. Where do you saturate? Oh, that's the crushed stuff. That's stuff I can actually smelt. Guess I'll throw this over here as well, and throw you in here. You have no... You don't have your recipe set. Had been a while since I had one of those, you know? Gotta keep you on your toes. Gotta remember to set the recipes. Okay. Nearly halfway done. Can I look and see what you take? Okay, that's a lot of iron and stuff, but it's fine. Okay, mostly iron, a little bit of stone bricks. I have plenty of stone bricks. The iron's a little painful, but I'll get there. It's not going to be too big of a deal. Let's just take that, and that'll be more than enough, I'm sure. Ooh, I do need belts. I guess I should start crafting some gears, and just however many of those I can. I need wood. Okay. Let me go grab some wood. I am, like I said before, going to try and target the dead trees because dead trees can't help with pollution anymore. So I'm going to be a little bit surgical about which trees I try and take. Not going to stress over it, but you know, where possible I'll take the dead trees. Just a couple more. I just don't want to have to come out here and chop wood again in the near future, so I'm just trying to collect what I can while I can. I mean, we're only 60% of the way done on that research, and I'm kind of locked in place where I am until that finishes. I hear weird sounds. Not sure what that was. Alright, how much wood is that? That's not an incredible amount, but, you know, it'll do. Why? Oh, did I run out of resources? Hold on. Yeah, I'm out. Okay, that's why it's not going anywhere. Lightning speed. Okay, there's one, and there's another. Okay, well, at least it's running again. How much? Plenty of copper. Let's do a little more iron, but I do want to hold on to some for myself. Again, start crafting some gears. Craft some circuits. I'm sure I'm going to need those. Oh yeah, belts. I did forget to do some belts. I'm probably gonna need... Oh yeah, I need a lot of inserters, actually. That was almost all those gears. That was almost all the gears that I crafted. Okay. Well, I guess they went into the belts. That's no big deal. Yep, okay. So that's just gonna sit there, that's just gonna go, that's... You know, that's fine. That's fine. It was a mistake, it was no catastrophe, but I do have to wait now. So the best thing that I can do is probably start chopping trees, because I am going to have to make room a little more sooner than I was thinking I was going to need to. So let's just try and carve out a nice little corner in here. I don't have to go super far into this, so it shouldn't be too bad. I do need the wood, also. Like, the wood is nice to have. I don't really think I need to go much further than that, honestly. Just probably going to clean up the space that I've already cleared. Probably about there is fine. Maybe clear out some of this over here, because this pokes forward just a little bit. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's better. I'm probably going to leave room for 2 more of those, though that's kind of a lot. But better, again, to have more room than you think you'll need than not enough. Guess I'll start picking this up. At least it'll help with some of the extra belt that I needed. And there we go, metallurgy. Okay. So I am going to need some of these done. Let's try and be specific with it. Is there anything in particular that looks better? So I am definitely going to need iron, but I do probably need copper first. So I'm going to do like that. And I'm not going to worry about the other ones until I need them. I'm going to run down and just make sure there's actually resources still in here. Okay, notice those furnaces were out of coal. I'm going to go top them up. Let's just run on the belts here, just do a little vacuuming. And however much that is, that's plenty. How are you doing for it? Okay. Grab some of the extras in there. The extras being crushed stone, I guess I should say. So I am going to have to filter this to some degree, but I'm going to leave a little bit of room here. And then the input will start, you know, maybe where I'm standing right here. In fact, I might go ahead and just throw down a couple little filtered splitters here. So maybe here. Okay. I've done it this way so that I can filter slag out. I know you can deal with slag, I just don't feel like dealing with it quite yet, so I'm just going to filter it and shove it that way. My only outputs at the moment are slag, copper, and iron, so those are the only ones I'm worried about filtering immediately, but I know I will have more in the future. I'm going to just filter... Where are my standard ores at? There you are. I'm going to filter copper that way, and I will go ahead and put a filter for iron here, just in case. That way I don't accidentally mix any lines or anything down the, in the future. Worst case scenario, this backs up, but better that this backs up than I get ore somewhere that I don't want it to be. So, I do actually have to craft these things, so... Let me see which one... Hold on, I'm out in the weeds here, hold on. I've gotta... take things a little slower. Okay. Copper plate produces copper plate, which you could also get from copper sheet coil or molten copper. Molten copper sounds more likely, so we're going to get that from a casting machine, which takes molten copper. Molten copper you get from an induction furnace. Induction furnace is there, casting machine is there. I can't make either of them right now, but that's just because I am missing iron, and I'm okay with that. The a little careful. I don't want to overproduce because resources are limited, but I know I'm going to need at least 2 of each, so I'll make 2 of each. I'm also going to need pipe, but hey, as it turns out, I have a bunch of spare pipe on me right now. I also just noticed I have one underground pipe. Very cool. There you are. Okay, let's get these guys placed. So... I am going to do you this way, because I don't want to cut into the trees more than I have to. Gonna leave just a little room, and then start up this way. So... I doubt, by the way, that my tiny little bit of power generation is going to be enough to sustain this, so I'm already thinking ahead. I know that I've got to go do something about that eventually. It's just this is the higher priority at the moment. Power poles. I don't really want to go there, but that's also where they have to go. Let me just do that, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. It's not beautiful, but it's fine. Just gonna trim a little bit of room over here just because I know I'm gonna need it. Actually, I should go ahead and start crafting some of these. What am I out of? I'm out of iron. Do I happen to be... Okay, I got plenty of wood, so let me go grab a little more iron, a little more copper. I'm crafting more because I know that I'm going to need a set for copper as well. If anything, copper is the one that I'm probably a little more wary of running out. Well, okay, I've got a decent amount of copper, but still. It doesn't feel good to have no production of copper, you know. That's all still running. Plenty in there. Almost no iron in there, but I can't really... Okay, actually, I do need that. I do need that. Okay. I'll spare a little bit. I still have to make another machine, actually, so let me go ahead and make that. And then I can put a little in there. Just to try and make sure this science finishes. So, as I've said several times, however much room you think you need, you're gonna need more. Who thought my smelting array that I'd originally ended like here was not even going to be a third finish and be this large? It's just one of those things that you run into when you play Angels and Bobs. And again, that's half the fun of the game. I can put more melting on this side as well, but I do want to go at least 4 tall. I'm not going to place those, I'm just trying to figure out how much area I need to give everything else. Because I do need to place casting machines. Now I'm not sure exactly where I want to do my casting. I do kind of have half a mind of just running incredibly long pipes down this way and then casting my metals down here, because pipes are cheaper than belts. And I would like my production line to be kind of over this way because I'm getting fairly tall. I don't really like how tall and broadly undefended this flank is over here. So I'd like at some point to loop back this way. And if I don't have to belt that far, I would rather not. And I'm mostly convincing myself as I'm talking here. What it's worth, you likely only need one induction furnace per metal. Okay. Well, I guess 2 is plenty then. And it might make sense then, since they have a fairly decent passive power draw, to just drop it down here, and then when I need more, I have the ability to expand. I heard that sounding... It sounds like an alien, and it freaks me out. I don't know, maybe that's just like an ambient sound or something, but I keep hearing alien sounds, and it's throwing me off. Okay, so I am going to need a fair few casters looking at that ratio, but it shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be too bad. At that rate, I'm going to be, maybe I didn't leave myself enough room on the ore sorting, though. Because I don't think I have a massive amount of crushing going, so... Yeah, it might be a good idea. I haven't committed to anything yet. And why box yourself in if you don't have to? So... That is a very tall machine, though. Boy. Okay, maybe I'll leave it there. Maybe I'll just leave it there for now. If I really need to, if I'm turning around at induction anyway, then it will be no big deal to just move these up a little bit later. Probably, maybe. Probably, maybe. Okay. Actually, I want that a little bit higher so I can do a lot more sorting than that. Sorting as in filtering, not the sorting machines. Ah, okay. 46116. Okay. Yeah, that's... Believe me, I don't anticipate this lasting until late game or anything, so I'm not that concerned with specific ratios. I would just like to, you know, when and if I need to expand, I would like to be able to. That's mostly where my concern is at the moment. So that one is for slag, so it goes that way. Slag, filter left, yes. This one will be for... You should be higher. You should be higher. Yeah, even if I go like there, honestly, I'm not sure that's high enough, because I do want other belts to be able to come in and feed into this, but it'll be what it'll be. So, output, filter, slag, hooray. Power pole's right in the way, so I'll move you up here. Output, filter, copper on the right. And as I did before, just as a safety measure, even though this isn't going anywhere, I do want to filter for iron. And there we are. I kind of hate how that works. But it'll just have to be that way. Ah, need 2 of them. Okay, well, fortunately I had planned for it to be expandable anyway, and 2 is what I was aiming for originally, so that works out well for me, though I am sorry to hear that you'll have to rebuild your setup. I will just go ahead and bump these guys down then. There we are. So this is copper. It's going to come up this way. I don't have copper casting done, but I think I'm still making progress. I think it's just really slow. Let's see. Yeah, 88 from 87, so it is technically moving. The best kind of moving. Oh, don't forget to set recipes. What? Not gonna worry about it. What? Well, not gonna worry about it. Okay. I'm probably going to need to do something more for the outputs on these to help balance them and all, but I really, at the moment, just want to get it running, and I'll worry about making it run well later. Like, I don't even have the casting machines down or anything yet. I want to get this up here and I want to see it work, you know. Actually, I don't even have science, technically, for the copper. Okay. And all these pipes and all, I'm probably gonna have to move, and there'll be some spaghetti piping going on later, because these are right in the way. But once again, I just want to get it down and working. How many of the casters did I make anyway? Got 4 of those, I might as well make a couple more. So the casting machine. Let me think. Trying to remember how many ores there are even to worry about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I know there's more than that. But even then, if I just say there's like 10, so... yeah, already you are in the way. That's gonna bother me. That's gonna bother me also, but what can you do, you know? Okay. Okay, there we go. I'm just doing this so I can ghost them, so that I can get an idea of how much space that I need to leave. Something like that. Always leave a little bit of room when you can. Okay, so there's 1, 2. Yeah, okay. 1. There's 3. There's 4. Yeah. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Wonderful. Okay, so my sorting will end over here. So what I said, you need to leave yourself room. That is what I mean. Yeah, it takes a while to even walk that distance. Okay. So, at any rate, that's kind of all I'm going to be worrying about for right now. Why are you not running? It says no recipe. I don't understand what this means. Oh, because I just literally don't even have any of the recipes yet. Okay. Hold on, let me run down the science and make sure nothing's gone wrong. Because that should... I feel like that should be running faster than it is. It is stopped. Of course it is. Because it's out of iron. Okay. This is like all the iron I've got, so I really hope that's gonna get it. It does also mean, funny enough, we're going to get copper first, but, you know, copper's the one I was more worried about, so... Copper first it is. Hey, thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you had a good time, and I am sorry you have to redo your smelting setup. See you later. Alright, science. Tick over. You got this. Okay, it is estimating 2 minutes. Oh, 1 minute. I guess another lab picked up. Okay, it says 2 per minute. Maybe we only have 2 labs running, and maybe once the third one kicks in, this will go, just a couple... There we go. Okay, much better. I knew that science was taking too long. And, come on. And there we go. Okay. So I should at least... Yes. I can choose copper. You want copper ingots? Okay. Copper ingots, I know where those come from. Those come from the blast furnace. I was just, one step too early. You know what? Let me make sure I don't have to do anything. Okay, no. Input is copper ore. Okay. I once again thought I could just melt straight copper ore. I cannot. So, I do need the blast furnaces. Okay. More iron, and that's pretty much it. Let's make a couple of circuit boards. I know I'm going to need those. And clear out the crushed stone. Should probably go around a couple other places and look for the crushed stone as well, because I'm sure that's building up. These guys have run out. Oh, you're just out of coal. I can actually deal with that fairly easily. But you are out of ore. So I am going to just go ahead and move you over here. Grab more coal than you're ever going to need. And just feed you in. Just have a power pole. There you go. Grab your crushed stone as well. Grab your crushed stone. Oh yeah, you were full as well. These 3 gun turrets just sitting in my inventory really should be repaired, honestly. And I'm never going to think to do it until it's too late. So I am going to just go ahead and do it. And then pick them up. I also haven't checked on pollution in a long time, now that I'm talking about gun turrets. But the base has been mostly inactive for so long, there's almost no pollution anyway. So, I need a lot of iron. I'm gonna need quite a few blast furnaces. Well, not quite a few, but I'm gonna need a lot of resources for a very few blast furnaces. I'm probably going to leave these pipes here, even though they are in the way. Let me think about this. Okay, your output's there. Maybe I will move them. I think what I'll do is, since I've been leaving some gap room at the end here, and I'm going to have to move these, of course. I believe I will run a pipe on this side right here. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not going to commit to undergrounds or anything. I'm going to just periodically put down something here to kind of just reserve the road, the space. I'm going to do the same for copper over here. And I'm not going to put undergrounds down yet because I don't actually know where the undergrounds are going to need to lead to. And if I tried to preemptively put them down, I just have to pick them up later anyway. So here's where copper will be. Or, I say copper. This is where, steertite? Unless steertite's the one that I have. Okay, so that's where steertite will end, which is primarily copper, so that's where the copper pipe will be. Mostly just because copper's next. Let's rip these guys up. Please don't do that. Same goes for you. Okay. Pick you up. Pick you up. And there we go. Okay. So, blast furnace. I have one. I need, two. I need 2 iron plates to make the next one, okay? I think I can manage that, actually. What's going on over here? Oh, you're just out. That's fine. You can be out. Had it, and then I put it away. Okay. Ooh, let me stretch. Okay, so I probably need 1 of you, but maybe 2 of you. I'm going to start you here, and then copper can go here. And if I need another one, I have plenty of room for another one. I might actually start you 1 higher, just because if I do need more room for sorting, I want to be able to have more room for sorting, you know. Okay, so we'll start there. Clear some more trees. Now let's see. You do have an item output. The other ones were a fluid output, so I was working them a little differently, which means I might actually go ahead and do the same thing that I've done before. That seems overkill. See, before I can even get the words out of my mouth, I've already changed my mind again. Let's do this. I don't have iron casting set yet, but I do have copper casting, so I can do that. That's going to give me... Yeah, okay. So that's going to give me another copper item over on this side, which does mean this is too close. Okay, that's kind of what I was feeling. Should have trusted my intuition. My body knows how to play this game better than my brain. So we're going to move you just a smidge over this way. Maybe to like here. That might seem like a lot of extra room, but once again, there's no such thing as extra room in Bobs and Angels. Pop you there and there. Bring you down. That allows for this to come up. Connect you in there. And there's copper. Let me make sure you are still running. Science per minute 6, yes. Okay, very good, very good. Chop just a little bit this way. Okay, so clear out a little bit of room up here. I'm going to leave myself room for if I want another blast furnace here, just out of curiosity. I'm going to move you just a little bit further this way in case I do want another one on this side. I'm going to have so much horizontal room due to these guys down here anyway. There's not really any reason not to, and I'm going to be capping myself on the vertical growth, so I don't want to unnecessarily cap myself on horizontal growth. So just one more time, a couple tiles over. Like, put a ghost there. He would go there in theory. Let me make those ghosts as well, because I don't really want to place them right now. And then there we are. So you will output there. No, that'll be your input. Okay. Input, and then your output will be on this side, just to match the other guy. And again, that gives me room that if I want another one of these, I can just put it on the side. So output comes up here, and then I'm going to melt right up here. I don't need too much room for this one, because honestly I just don't have the ability to support the throughput for more than what I've already planned here. Like, I would need so many more sorters than what I planned for down here if I wanted 4 of these, that to even think about expanding beyond 4 is just... we're talking about late game, whole new base kind of stuff, you know. Like, even 4 of these is going to be pretty dramatic overkill. I'm just planning for the eventuality where we might actually need it. Now with those out of the way, I will throw not a casting machine, an induction furnace. And I'm going to put you, honestly, just like right here, I think. Why can't I place you? Okay. And then one more. Cool. Get some inserters in. Just do like that. And where's power? That'll do. Guess I should actually put these belts down so that there's connection. I still don't have this finished. Science per minute is 6. It's going to take another 4 minutes though. That's something. Okay. Guess I can put the copper recipe in. So your output's over here. Okay, there we go. Grab you guys. And same kind of deal. Let's leave on level. Inserters in. Power in. Really? Okay, just making sure everything's level there. There we go. Okay. Do need a couple more inserters just to get everything moved around, but that's no big deal at this point. Just move that up there. It's just nicer. Just nicer. And copper. Very good. And now, as I was doing like 20 minutes ago, I can actually start trying to move this down. So that's where I want iron to wind up. This is where I want copper to wind up. So along this, right where the belt is, of course, naturally. A little inconvenient. Let me just bring it down to around here, and then we can have it trade off there. Kind of like that. It's not the best, but it'll do. And I don't really know how far I want to run this, so I'm just gonna leave it down there for now. Oh yeah, that's already too far, so let's just walk it back a little. Maybe about here. Though at the same time, my whole idea of bringing it back was so that I could do some sort of, casting and all down here. But if my sorting is going to run this entire length here, I guess that doesn't make any sense anymore. So I guess I will just continue vertically. There we are. I will go ahead and pick up the pipes over here. 96% on the research. Almost there. Okay. I know this needs fuel, by the way. Anyone thinking that I've forgotten, I know I'm going to have to worm fuel into here, but that's a future problem. So, let's say casting just goes up then. Comes up this way. Where are the, I know I made casting tables. There you are. So, kind of in the same way, I'm going to try and keep them centered around here. So, if I think about having an output there, and then inserter, belt, inserter. Kind of like right there. And I'm gonna need to pick some of these up so that I can go do copper as well. So I'm going to leave ghosts in place. And then go and do copper. Let's try and do the same height. I think that's one too close. Yes, one too close. 1, 2, 3. And, you know, something kind of like this is what I had in mind. Oh, tree in the way. Like that. I think I'm going to try and keep all of them on one side, actually, because since they do have fluid input, they do share fluids amongst each other, and that just makes routing everything a little easier. So these as well, I'm probably going to just move up here. Make sure I put the ghosts back, and set recipes. Set recipe for you as well. Very cool, okay. Now, you come up and in. And... oh, hold on. Oh, that's really hard to tell, hold on. Okay, I think I have that lined up correctly. Okay, you have 3 inputs and 1 output. So... it's the corner where you don't have a symbol. Oh, this is really hard to tell, actually. Hold on. Okay, that's correct. You output, then... boards. Oh, so I can't just keep stacking them. Oh, that's inconvenient. Okay, well, no big deal. I just kind of like the idea of being able to, you know, have them all feed into each other, but... that's fine, too. Let's get, undergrounds in here. Just makes life a little easier to walk around. Yeah, that's a prompt for future me, and screw that guy. He sucks. Same deal over here. Let's, we want the belts in the middle, so we don't want the inputs in the middle. So let's just... one rotation seems good. And up you go. Okay. And we'll deal with the other side when we need to deal with it, you know. There we are. Okay. So now we need the outputs. Go ahead and put you there, because why not? Will be needed sooner rather than later. And power. Get power up there. Where is... I would like that to be, you know, consistent. I said I would like that to be consistent. There we go. Okay, very cool. Now, that should be working. I did put the belts in backwards. I'm still, like, thinking about production being downwards facing, but we're going upwards facing. I do need fuel. I gotta remember that. Still gotta get fuel up here somehow. But other than that, I think I am ready to just switch everything on. I think... Why are you sad? Oh, there's a piece of slag. Okay. Hold on. Let me actually remember how I deal with slag. I think I can just throw it in a crusher and it gives me crushed rock. I know there's slag in here somewhere. Huh. Crush stone, there we go. Okay, so yes, it just goes in a crusher, and that's cool. Does mean I need crushers, but I'm cool with that. And then that crushed stone can just come down here and get sorted into stone again with all the other guys. So, what did I actually need for you? I need iron, of course. Of course I need iron. I don't think 2 crushers is going to be even remotely close enough to handle this, but 2 crushers is what I can make for right now. Oh, that is right in the way, so let's not do that. I hear machines running though. I cleared the slag on the belt and everything just jumps to life. Okay. Let's just back that up a little bit. And then start throwing whatever crushers I have just like here, and I'll build them up higher as needed. That's enough room for now. Let's just, let me think how I want to do this. I'll have that be output, and so then this can be input, and then you'll input from over here. I do outputs versus inputs, whether they're on the inside or outside of a belt, pretty much just that random. About the only one I'm consistent with is furnaces, just because they actually matter. Oh, that's all my belt. Okay. I also don't have a splitter, so let's get a splitter in here. Come on, splitter. There we are. In you go. Okay. Do need power, but I can still power from right here relatively easily. In like the worst positioning possible. Yeah, sure, okay. Then I do have 2 of you. And you are slag. Very good, okay. So then you come down here, we're going to pump you like right into here-ish. So let's do something like that. And we'll have... How am I going to do this, actually? Let's actually bring this back one, I guess. And then I'll have a priority... Oh, I don't have splitters. I literally just said that. Okay. Priority input on the top, because if the top can't produce, then the bottom doesn't matter. Now, how am I going to get you in here? Okay. I think I'll run you... Let me pick up my garbage box and move it like 3 tiles this way. I'll underground you here, and then here again, and then I'm going to underground 1, 2, 3 here, and just run you that way. Wonderful spaghetti. Awesome. Okay. Oh, and we finally finished bullet damage also. That's a big one. Okay, what are you stuck on now? Iron, I assume? Yes, okay. That's a good one to be stuck on. We're happy with that. So, now we have to get fuel in here. I'm not gonna pretend that's not just a little tricky. I think what I will do is, since I do filter for iron here anyway, so it will only ever come out this side, that allows me to have a fuel belt, let's just say like here for example, and then this fuel belt can come in and mix with you here, which does immediately collide with that power pole, and rather than move it, I will literally just do that. And then I'll just pick up all this. And yes, that puts all the ore on one side of the belt, which effectively halves our throughput, but we'd planned for double throughput anyway, so hey, what do you know, future-proofing worked out. Okay. So, we do still need fuel up here. My only fuel at the moment is coal, so I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to get coal up here without disrupting all this. Well, what do you know? Planning for leaving room has helped once again, because I actually have room right here down the middle of this path. So I'll run coal up here through this gap, and then that can feed the machines. So right through here, we're going to need a lot more belts. Maybe I should have a science going, I guess. I'm going to need some of these eventually. I'm looking at algae processing, for example. Like, algae is a pretty good fuel. And I will probably want to switch to that sooner rather than later, so I will go ahead and start that research, even though it might not necessarily be the best thing for me to be researching right now. Just because I doubt I'll have the time to commit to setting up a whole setup very soon. But, you know, might as well have it researched. Let's get a splitter here. Split that off. And then this side can go this way. Okay, yeah, so that'll go that way, and that'll be for this belt, which I haven't even begun to consider, actually. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Put you there. Ooh, okay. So I can do that. I need another splitter. Let me just make, like, a bunch of those. I have some resources now. So I can do that. Of course, I did just turn all my belts into splitters, but oh well. And then I can run you over here. I don't even need to run you, though, because I literally don't even have machines over here. So, you know. And then I can run the coal this way. Like that. And then that allows me to do kind of the same over here for, I don't even need the underground there, actually. I can just split here and do kind of the same thing. So then you will underground. You will do like that. And then okay. Perhaps more that way will make sense. And then split there. Oh. Okay, there we go. I think that makes sense. And then, again, in the future, when and if needed, I can just run this up there. And I think that works. I think that works just fine. I do have to actually go connect that, of course. Which I can do fairly easily, just right there. So now that that's going, I'm going to come up and just jumpstart some of these. Do have to select the recipe, of course. Oh, the copper's already going. Look at that. Now, let's see. How are you guys doing? Okay, I do love these angels processing animations. I think they're so cool. Like, you're not going to get to see them very well because I don't have the throughput to support it, but I love this, and I love the casting tables as well. I think they're really cool. Anyway, algae did finish. Is there anything I want to, like, immediately look at? Fluid voiding is good. This is lots of water processing that I'm sure I'm going to need for algae. Algae's no good without pellet processing anyway. This one's cheaper. Let's start with this one, and then I'll queue this. Coal processing is probably something I do want to do. I know you can crush coal and turn it into, well, crushed coal. There's also coke. Coke is good, but it's not like... I'm not in danger of running out of coal right now. I have a pretty good coal reserves. Arboretum could be nice as well. Yeah, I'm not really sure where I want to pivot to necessarily, but I do know this requires composting, so I guess I'll go ahead and grab that. And then I'll queue that. And that's gonna be a while, assuming that can even finish. Like, I doubt I have enough resources at the moment to allow that to complete. Set the recipes. Okay. But what that does mean is I do have my first Angels processing set up, creating copper, and it will create iron. Oh, they're running. They're running. And there we go. Okay. Thank God. I thought this was done, like... What time is it? I thought this was done an hour and a half ago. I thought all I had to do was set up the sorting, and I could just directly smelt the iron and copper. And you know the funny thing is, I kind of have that, like, that itchy feeling in the back of your brain, like kind of a half memory there, that I've probably done exactly this same thing like twice before and just don't even remember. At any rate though, we are now producing plates. The downside to that being that we are now producing plates and are at a greatly increased risk of potentially having biter attacks. Let's go ahead and do that. Just to completely drain these last couple little resource spots. Don't even really care about this tiny little trickle of copper, but it's a nice bonus. You seem to be out of fuel. Let's get you in there. Pick the stone out. Pick stone out of you. And start distributing it. Oh, that's a lot of stone. Okay. So, I'm almost not even sure where to go at this point. Like, I feel like I crossed such a good milestone. I'm almost like, yeah. I guess I should probably begin looking for... Well, let's look at the map first. How am I doing? Okay. Pollution is fine-ish, but now that the base is actually capable of running again, I do anticipate that cloud growing rather fast, especially out over the desert. Just something to keep an eye on. Pushing forward, there's a lot of trees in the way, so it would be nice if I could kind of hook a right. That's a fair amount of just clear land over that way. And I don't see any bases over in that direction. I do see another little base poking out right there. I could also start working on algae. Just try and bring my pollution cloud down that way. Algae and the arboretum especially. I'll pick up these inserters, I might need them, but I don't think I'm going to immediately bother picking up these furnaces and belts and stuff. Just don't really need to right at this moment. A lot of slag, I'll go throw that away, and I have a lot of ore, so let me just sort my inventory for a moment. So the copper ore goes in here, iron ore goes in here. I actually have more than you will take, so I'll have to come back. Crushed steertite, I don't have a sorter for, so I'm going to just smelt that. Oh, and you are finished now. Wait, was that crushed or... Hold on. Crushed, okay, yeah. So you can just go in here. Slag, go in here. Okay. Okay. So we can kind of breathe again. I've been a little little stressed ever since the ore didn't work out, so now I can just, you know, deep breath. So everything's running. No research running at the moment, but that's fine. So I've got the plates ready. What do I want to do? So I guess I can begin a little bit of production up in this area and probably get a bus running to the right, but I have to be conscientious of the fact that I will have a lot more metal types coming up, and metals aren't even everything. Like, there's gems and even fluids that you have to be worried about. Fluid processing in Angels is a filter. Like, there are many people who get to, just like in vanilla Factorio, I guess, who wind up getting to Angel's Petrochem and just noping out immediately. Which, unlike the base game, I totally get, because Angel's Petrochem is very intimidating. So I'm going to leave a fair amount of space, and then just start going. Like, in particular, I'd really like to have something that makes gears and belts and stuff for me, because I am getting a little tired of having to handcraft all this stuff. I have no idea how power's holding up, actually. Okay, I am, like, almost perfectly balanced. Funny enough. So, like I said, a good chunk of room. Let's just see... Okay, 1, 2, 3... Let's say, like, here. I'll turn here. And then that's going to be the start of the bus. This is not, like, super well thought out, I really must admit, but it's going to be what it's going to be. I wonder what the throughput is here. So, crafting speed of 1, plates, so 4, and the recipe makes 4. So that's 1 per second on all of those. Yeah, so this is capable of fully saturating a yellow belt, basically, which, being that I don't even have a yellow belt, that's plenty for me. How can I, maybe what I should look at, bioprocessing, what do you take? So you do take some stuff. I'm just looking at what I actually have access to, because I've researched a couple things and didn't even really take stock of them. I was just researching because I had research to do. I remember needing a lot of electrolyzers at one point. I have a recipe that produces oxygen and hydrogen. It's useful, and carbon dioxide. Okay, from coal, importantly. Like, specifically coal, I guess I should say. That's what I was thinking, is that right now I'm using coal as a fuel source, but I do know there are other fuel sources, but this requires specifically coal. I do need... Yeah. Okay. So, I do need a little bit more before I want to go hard commit into algae, but I do think I'm going to take the time and set up some just production-y type stuff. Just some stuff so I don't have to handcraft quite so much. Honestly may still not be enough room, as funny as that might sound, but I would... like... Yeah, like there's no harm in just extending up like another 6 tiles or something. Why not? There we go. Okay. So, machines. What do I just happen to have on hand? Literally nothing, of course. Let me handcraft some ingredients here. In fact, I have all this iron now that I can just vacuum up. Assemblers. Okay. So, typically the way that I arrange my belt is not really going to work in Angels and Bobs, because typically what I like to do is I like to have ingredients and intermediaries on one half of the bus, and then my like science and like finalized products on the other half of the bus. That's not going to work super well here. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to think of my bus this way. I'm going to have plates and otherwise kind of raw materials down this way. So I'm hoping I've left enough room for, say, gems, and if I need to put coal on the bus, I can do that up here and all. I'm hoping there's enough room up here for all that. And then my more intermediary or like processed products are going to be on the upper side from iron. So that's going to be like my dividing line there is, like I'll have iron, then copper, and lead and tin and all down this way. And then, for example, I'll have like circuits or gears or what have you up this way. That's my plan. So to facilitate that, the first thing I'm going to do, I know this is a contentious one, and I probably won't do this for everything, but I do generally like to bus iron gears, though actually, let me look and see just what everything consumes iron gears. Okay, interestingly, there's not all that much that really requires iron gears now. Which is kind of what I was thinking. Like, the higher tier of belts will likely take higher tiers of metals and alloys and such. And, yeah, looking here, it looks like the only continual use of iron gears I am likely to have is the first 2 tiers of belts, inserters, and presumably assemblers, because they'll be used in, you know, this will be an ingredient in higher tier assemblers. So that being the case, I actually probably will skip bussing gears and just make them on site as needed. Which means the first thing that I will likely create then is actually circuits. Basic circuits, of course. I certainly have no hope of doing anything more advanced than that. So let's go ahead and get copper up here as well. Yeah, this is fine. Let me just grab a little more iron so I can make belts. Just the last couple few here. I am going to probably right here. I always priority split, and then we will probably underground you instead. There we go. I do know that, of course, I'm going to need something that produces the wood part of the circuits, and I haven't quite figured out the best way to get wood yet, but I'm going to just ignore that for now and look at making basic circuits. All that is copper wire, and this is pretty standard. 3 copper wire into 1 circuit board, takes 1 second, and of course to make copper wire, okay, just making sure there wasn't any interesting machine. Like, I know there's the electronics assemblers, but I don't really know how far away I am from that. That's steel and bronze, so probably a little ways. Anyway, takes half a second to make 2 copper wire. Takes 1 second, and we need that. So same ratio as vanilla. So we're going to just throw this up here.
You would eat dinner. It's going to be ready in 30 minutes.
Okay, just had something I had to do real quick. So same ratio as vanilla, which means we are going to need a couple more of these. Actually, we have enough resources to make the perfect number. Okay, so I'm going to lay this out so that I can, in theory, continue expanding vertically as I need more and more circuits, and I am under no illusion that this is never going to need to be expanded. There we are. Actually, funny enough, I usually use... Do I have the ability to get longhand inserters up and going? Fast inserters? That's not what I'm looking for. Maybe this is what I want here? So that's a ways off still. Okay, well, we'll work with what we got. Just means everything gets to be a little tighter than I usually like to build it. Okay. Yeah, there's no good way to get through this without a little bit of somewhat awkward belt weaving here. But you know, I don't have long hands, so we make do. Ooh, that is a little awkward. Okay, what if I do something like this? Not that this is good, but I suppose that works. And then we just feed from up here somewhere. You're a little intimidating. I don't know if I want to mine you. I kind of feel like you'd kill me or something. Alright, let's continue. Oh, out of belts again. Ooh, out of iron this time. Where's nearest power? I feel like I'm 100 miles away. It's not too bad, actually. Oh, don't try and place power poles on top of your head. And circuits. There we are. And then this line is where the circuit boards will come in from. So I do still need a couple more these guys. In fact, so you take 1 second, 1 per second. Okay. So I know there's the crafting speed, like these are 0.5 crafting speed and all, but I'm kind of just ignoring that since everything is going to be in assembling machine 1, and that just makes the ratios a lot easier to think about. Because this guy, for example, he produces 1 every half a second, which means I actually only need 1 to keep up with 2 of these. So, we will just do that. Now, of course, that is going to consume 1 wood per second as well, but we'll, or rather, you know, 1 wood per craft here. So I need a fair amount of wood to be coming in. We just do that. So gathered from, of course, used in, alternatives, there we are. You are in the arboretum, of course, and how do I make a tree? That's in the arboretum. Soil, tree seed, water, compost, and mud. Yeah, this is why I wasn't looking into all this stuff, you know, 10 minutes ago, because I knew it's a fair amount to get into, and I have quite a bit of wood on hand. So I know that I need to, and I will, but it's just not something that I needed to do urgently. I didn't leave myself nearly as much room as I usually do here, actually. This is much closer to the bus than I normally build, and I don't really like that I did that. I kind of wish I could take that back. Anyway, let's just see where this goes. I'm leaving room here just, like, out of optimism that maybe I'll be able to get another belt of copper and another belt of iron here. And then I leave a little bit of a gap, and then this is for other metals, so maybe tin or lead or something, and so on down the way. So I'm going to leave a little bit of a gap here, and then this is where the circuits will join the bus. That's why I was like, wow, this is actually a lot lower than I usually build an log, because the production is basically inside of where I would like my bus to be. But I guess if it's the very first thing joining the bus, it doesn't matter too much, it's just going to stand out from everything else. Let me check pollution up here. More or less okay. I am probably going to leave a gun turret up here somewhere. Just on the off chance that it is needed. Like, that's fine. And yeah, that's fine. I'm not expecting an attack up there, it's just that it's starting to take so long to get around the base that any attack that does come in would be catastrophic. Like, I don't even know where to best place a gun to defend this area. Like, my base has gotten so large and unwieldy, like, it's difficult to even imagine where I would best defend things from. And I don't want to leave, like, a tremendous amount of ammo in these, but I do also feel like if I only put, like, 4 or 5 in there, then I might as well not put the gun turret down at all. Other things that I would like to cover would be, say, the mines, but in particular I'm thinking power, because it would take me quite a while to run down and defend power if need be. And I do know there's a base over there somewhere. And I am going to have to expand power fairly soon. I do know we were struggling, and that was before I added a bunch of production up top. Like, yeah. We're kind of hanging on, but it's not fantastic. I've got one more on me, so I might as well place it. And I'm going to throw it just kind of over on the side broadly somewhere. I guess I probably mostly care about defending the... Honestly, power is not that big of a deal if those mines go down, whatever. If anything, those actually need to be replaced by electric miners, now that I'm down here. But I do want to defend, like... Oh no, this isn't very expensive, but I feel like if an attack came into here, it could definitely do some damage, so... I'm going to just throw a random gun, like, here. Sure. Why not? Okay. Should probably get ammo production set up somewhere. I guess I should probably run coal up to the bus. I think there is going to be enough random bits and bobs that require coal up here that it's worth... Like, what's going through my head right now is ammo. I know I'm gonna need ammo up there, so there's really no reason not to try and snake some coal up here. It's not gonna be pretty, but you know what is. What is in this base. Grab some of this. I'm gonna make another... I have another assembler. I'm gonna make a few more. And I am going to make some some gears up here. Maybe even the beginnings of a belt area, but I have so many things that require gears that I keep handcrafting, and I would really like to just have the gears. I forgot the whole reason I was doing this is that I was out of belt. So I can throw some gears like right around here-ish. So again, not filter, but priority. And assemblers. In fact, I'll just go ahead and throw those on the hotbar. This is more than enough gear production for right now, I think, but I'm trying to plan ahead for when I do get belts. I'm not going to jump straight into belts immediately, but I would like to soon. There we are. Some power bowls would not be a terrible idea soon also. Let's grab some boxes and just throw those in there for now. I will probably limit this actually. I don't need 3 full boxes of gears, but gears are nice to have. Okay, I literally just said I would not be making belts right now, but you know what? I've changed my mind. Let's produce some belts. I play my cards right. Nah, okay. I can do it like that. There we go. Because I think they'll probably all take gears, but if not, I can make this less ugly. You take weird oh, you... you take weird stuff. Okay. Okay. Well, you know what? Never mind then. Perhaps then I'll do something like this. And I'll have something else join the belt here that will be needed. I don't even know what, I'm just, you know, planning. I am going to put the splitter on the top side because it gets wood. And I do wood stuff over here, so I'll probably, rather than putting wood on the bus, just have wood come up and over. Even though that'll make things messy later in the future, it is what it is. Then I'll have actual belts be in the middle here. Oh, hold on. And then undergrounds. Actually, you don't take gears at all. Do you take gears? You do. Okay. You, oh, you also take wood. You take wood and stone. Huh. Okay, in that case... Ooh, that's... I guess it can be wood that joins the gear belt here. What does a standard belt take? Just just iron, and the other two don't even take iron. So I will actually put you down here, weirdly enough. You need stone, you need copper wire. I can deal with that. Okay. I can deal with that. Let me craft up. Oh, actually, hold on. So used to doing that now, but I have circuits on a belt. I can just pick them up. Is there a world where I can steal copper wire from over here, actually? Is that too silly? Belting copper wire generally isn't a good idea, but what quantities do I need it in? You take 4. Every 4 seconds. That's 1 per second. That's a very small amount of copper wire to worry about trying to belt it over. Because trying to belt over copper wire would then interfere with this design that I've got going on. And this is working. So let's not do that. Let's not do that, yeah. I'll put you here. Throw you in a box. Yeah. Okay, what else do you need? So I'll get stone from somewhere, and wood I'm gonna throw in here. So you do need stone, though. That's interesting. Okay. You need copper wire. Just copper wire. Okay. I can do that, I guess. Does mean I'll have to snake copper up here somehow, but, you know, that's a lot easier to do than stone. Where's things? Let me just make a couple of those. Okay, copper wire right there. Copper wire. Okay. I suppose that means I should bring stone up with the coal as well, because I was going to bring coal up onto the belt. Let me get standard belts automated before I run like 600 standard belts, actually. That sounds like an intelligent idea. Oh, this is out of place now. You do still need iron also. I have no splitters. It'll be very nice when I don't have to handcraft all of these. I will go ahead and grab some of these gears. Oh yeah, that's a lot of gears. That's maybe too many gears. And then I don't need like an entire chest full of these. I think that is plenty. I could even circuit limit them if I wanted to, like that wouldn't be a ridiculous idea. But what I'm mostly thinking of is that these will also be an ingredient in later tiers, and I'm not really spending resources on anything else right now, so I might as well get a buffer going. So stone and wood, you are copper and wood. I can get copper up here, that's not a big deal. I'll try and snake copper in right here, in fact. Why are you not producing? No iron. That would be because all the iron's getting consumed. That is the case. That's one of the reasons I do priority splits on these splitters, is so that I can find my throughput problems easier. I think what I might do actually is just go ahead and disable those two right now. I don't need that much gear production. I really don't. I will later, but not right now. Wow, even that's, not quite gonna do it, huh? Well, it looks like it's backing up. I will go ahead and just jumpstart this, though. You know, I have a bajillion gears. I can throw my extra gears in the box. Maybe this nice solid line of iron will help me tell if I'm backing up or not. Because it really does look like even just this one machine producing gears is consuming my entire iron output. I mean, I know these belts are slow, but like, wow. Oh, there we go. Okay, I just had to walk away. See, that's some life advice for you. You just walk away from your problems and they get better. It's magic. Alright, so we are producing those now. I do have to get stone and wood up here. Gotta get copper up here. Copper's no big deal. I think I've literally said those exact words. I just have to say them to myself so that they sound true. I do have to get some inserters down and get them powered though. Let's get copper in... Where's the least terrible place to try and get copper in here, actually? Maybe all the way back here? Or I can, like, this is messy. I don't really like the idea of doing it through the boxes, so I guess right over here. I love these tiny undergrounds. They're so funny. Just like right along here. And actually, we have officially hit the point, even with a two-length underground belt, that it makes more sense to do that. And then I'm not gonna worry about this too much. I'm just gonna run it right in. Might go ahead now and move this gun turret up to, like, here. Yep, still need wood, still need stone. Let's see if I can't run stone and coal up here now. I was most of the way done on the coal, so I'll just go ahead and run up. And then I am slowly but steadily producing more belt. Emphasis on slow. Which I should be able to use to get stone up here. And just the same way that I ran the stone up through the middle here, or the coal up through the middle there, I'm probably going to run the stone up through the middle over here. Like right there. Something like that. Okay, this is, you know, it's doing something. Maybe I'll help it. Wonder where that little bit of stone that I was doing earlier is. I know there's some smelting down there. That's gonna be a little hard to split off of. But also not that hard. Yeah, I can just do that. And I'll just continue working. I do have to get it free, but where there's a will, there's a way. I'll just run this straight down. And over. Oh my god, okay. I'm like 3 belts short. Very cool. I wonder if I can just... There we go. Having the gears in your inventory is a big time and resource saver. Gears are much denser than just iron plates, so not only do you not have to craft them, but, you know, each of those gears is 2 iron plates. Let's go down there. And then, I don't know why I was picking those up. This one can be for the coal. Like that. Getting stone in here is actually going to be a bit of a challenge. Let me go ahead and just put a stone in there. Oh, you need wood. Let's get some wood in there. Just, you know, get them going. Proof of concept, if nothing else. Yeah, okay. Everything runs just fine. Go ahead and grab what it's managed to make. Okay, this is beautiful. I like this a lot. Okay. same deal as always. Gonna priority split up that way. And there we go. And coal is going to just have to bear with it. And there we go. One belt to spare. Incredible. Okay. Well, hey, that's kind of automated belts, I guess. We don't really have a supply of wood coming in yet, but that's certainly certainly something. It's certainly something. I suppose I really should get some research going as well. So now that I have my belts and my circuits figured out, maybe that's going to be the next thing I set up. And once I have research set up, then I will come back and start working on an arboretum so that I don't have to keep manually refilling this guy with wood. Because that would be quite nice if I didn't have to do that. Speaking of which, I guess I should go ahead and set up the belt that will carry the wood in, at least, so at the very least I don't forget. Would be nice if all of my belts weren't immediately being consumed, though. Maybe this is an instance where a little circuit network chicanery would be nice. So you will be read contents, and you are enable when basic belts are greater than, let's say, like, not 1,000. Let's say 100. Then I'll do the same up here. That way it'll wait until I have at least... It would have been a much better idea if I told you to wait. But, you know, whatever. It is what it is, I guess. It'll get the same basic effect, I suppose. Come on, fill up. And there we go. Okay, so now we are stockpiling stockpiling belts. Power is not great, but I'm concerned about increasing power production until like, the pollution cloud isn't very bad, but this is all desert in here, and like, that's not very cool. I could, of course, just go kill those bases at this point. I think I should be able to handle that without too much trouble, but I do have other things to do also, so I'll do those other things until it's worthwhile to go handle them. Like I did say a minute ago, I believe the next thing I'm going to work on is actually just red research. Finally get a more permanent source of red research up and going, and as soon as I have that, then I will delve into the, you know, the algae farms and the arboretum and so on. I wonder where I want the labs to go, actually. I'm not entirely sure where a good place to even put labs would be, because I'm going to have to... It's not like I want to put the labs right in production or anything, which means I'm going to be belting the science somewhere, and if I'm going to be belting the science somewhere, I might as well pick out a good location. Might just do it, like, right here is my instinct, but the problem is that that means for the entire game, I will be belting science not only across my bus, but like in the wrong direction. And I left room for items on the bus, but I really don't know if you guys if you've never played through Bobs and Angels before, you don't understand just how many items to bust there are. Which does leave me in a little bit of a conundrum. Like, if I zoom out and look at the map here, if I had red science producing here, and maybe let's just even be optimistic and say green, like, right here, then with my sorting column ending right around here, even if I put science... Oh, I'm not even sure. Oh, no, okay, my sorting ends over here. This is my former smelting column. So even if I made science here and I wanted to belt it down, I would have to either belt it down through sorting, which is terrible, or I'd have to belt it over and around sorting, which is absurd. So I really do feel like against the grain on the main bus is probably the best solution I've left myself open to. It's just also not a good solution. But, you know, bots will fix this later. If I really need to tear it down, I can tear it down. Especially with the advanced bots that Bob's adds, that would not be a problem at all. So yeah, let's just say red science starts around here-ish, and I'll just belt it backwards through the bus. Just clearing out a little bit of room. I know I'm gonna need it, but, you know, I also don't want to chop down trees all day when I don't need to. I have literally one belt on me, by the way. So let's start bringing this stuff over. Oh, I haven't even brought copper all the way over yet. What was this for? I literally don't even know. Awesome. I guess I don't need those undergrounds then. So, science. Let's get science set up right around here-ish. So I'm gonna need gears. Each gear is produced in half a second. And then science. We did this earlier, but, you know, just to recap, science takes one gear and takes 5 seconds to craft. So if this takes half a second to craft, and this takes 5 seconds, one gear maker can support 10 science. So we're probably not going to get quite that much. Oh, actually, this is too close. We're probably not going to be placing down 10 red science assemblers immediately, but we have the capacity, the throughput, at least for gears, to support that many. That actually still won't work, I don't think, because I don't have long-handed inserters. But that's fine. I can just run gears on half the belt and copper on half the belt. Yeah, so I want to do something kind of like that, and then have copper come in there. You can, by the way, I can't yet, but in with future research, you can actually control whether inserters place on the near or far edge of the belt, which is very nice for setups like this. Let me lower you one, and then we can do like that. If I didn't lower this one, then this first assembler would have a hard time getting the gears it was meant to have, so you never want inserter feeding directly into inserter on a belt like that. Where is this pole? There you are. Alright, so let's get iron up here. Not that it's ever going to actually make it up here until the belts are done crafting. I just don't have the iron throughput. But, you know, we can be optimistic. And maybe I'll take the priorities off, especially with these very slow belts. It's just, you know, I say that, I'm just immediately going to do that. I'll put them back later. I do like having them, it's just they're causing more harm than good right now because I'm quite aware that I have a resource shortage, I just can't do very much about it. You are for copper. There we are. And then we'll have the science come down this way. Can't see a thing. There we are. And then I'll just run you back right here. I was leaving this room blank purposely anyway. Oh, that's actually too low. This is where other belts are supposed to be. I can do that, I think, without too much issue. Of course, I can't make that jump. There we are. And there we are. We'll just throw a couple labs over there somewhere. And that should be science sorted. In fact, I'll just go grab the labs that I already have since there's no science being produced in them. Not that we're producing science up top anyway, but maybe there'll be a pack or two up there by the time I make the long run there and back. Oh, these are steam assemblers. Huh. I was thinking about nabbing these, but, you know, oh well. Let's go ahead and just clean up my mess here. And run these labs back up. In fact, we have 3. I'll just go ahead and make a nice even amount. Can't run through those. Those are pipes. Get what little speed bonus I can from running on the belt. And let's set some labs up. Let's go just like there, I guess. And I'll do one of those as well. Power is not too far away, but it's also not very close. And let's see if we can't get like a science pack to come down this way. We're waiting on literally any iron. I put the copper on the wrong side of the belt. Because once again, that's what that split was for, I think. I don't really remember, actually. Okay. Do that, this is for copper. Okay. You go here. You go here. Yes. There we go. Okay. They're gonna start their long, long journey down the line. Oh, there's a couple down here already. And, I would say before long they'll make it into the labs, but a lie. But they will make it there eventually, and that's what matters. I'm going to clear out a little bit more room here, and now that we have red science, I'm going to start looking into ammo production, because I don't really like having to craft ammo by hand. So let's get you maybe here-ish. Maybe that's a little too much room. Maybe like here. Where are you, Ghost? Set ammo. Out of iron. Of course I'm out of iron. Let me actually run back and see where the issue with iron is. Like, is there anything I could easily do right now to fix that? Like, are you full of iron? You are not. So we are waiting on molten iron. You produce molten iron. You're waiting on iron ingot. Pretty consistently. You, cannot unload your iron fast enough. This is one of those scenarios where having the ability to change what side an inserter places things on would be quite nifty. Okay, but that's fine. One of these actually cannot fully saturate a belt anyway. And let's see if this belt backs up here, or if these inserters are capable of handling it. Well, okay, never mind. We got 2 outputting, 2 inputting, so that'll be fine. And then you are more than capable of outputting all of your iron, so that's not an issue. Just because all my iron is currently going onto one side of the belt, I wanted to make sure, like, these are slow belts to begin with, and that's just exacerbating things, but as long as the issue is income, then it's income. What can you do? Oh yeah, look at this. We're definitely chewing through all the iron ore as it comes in. So it is sorters. Sorters are definitely the sore spot right now. Both, it looks like, sometimes unloading and sometimes loading. So I think I will give each of them an extra inserter. Oh, you are outside of power range. So let me move you. And I'll do the same there. I'll make it... Look, this base isn't pretty. If it bothers me later, I'll fix it later. Power is also definitely a concern, more and more. I don't know why I put that there. We're already picking up the iron, like, as it comes in, so guess that wasn't doing anything. Okay, well, we are officially researching now. Let's grab some belt. This needs to be mixed coal and iron. Is there a ratio? Not really, so don't gotta worry about that. We just need coal and we need iron. There we are. Iron's already on one side of the belt actually, but in the future I may fix that. I am mostly just worried about getting things working rather than working well. So, as long as it's capable of doing something, that's good enough for right now. No undergrounds. I can craft one, that's no big deal. There we are. And there's that. Let's get some power and some inserters in here. And yes, this will be a single crafter for yellow ammo, but that should hopefully be as much yellow ammo as I need. I never connected the belt. There you go. Okay, these are now backed up, which is quite nice to see. This one's not, but it's just out of wood. In fact, I can just do that, I suppose, if I were so inclined. I never did lay this line up here that will, in the future, carry wood. So let me go ahead and do that. I realize I'm handcrafting them, even though I have a chest of them over there now, but old habits. And I'll just... there. Rather than moving the gun turret, it just gets undergrounded. Sure. That's fine. I guess I can make that line up. There we go. Just one more. And I don't really know where this wood is going to come from yet, so these belts don't really make sense, but that's for me to figure out later. I guess it would not be the worst idea in the world to put a gun turret over here by the labs. Because right now it's just red science, but in the future that science will be expensive, and if it gets blown up, it would make me sad. Gun turret, and just like over here. Have fun. Now that this splitter is not prioritized anymore, I am going to go ahead and reconnect this. Just give me a little extra buffer room on gears. Not that I really need it, but it'll be there. Alright, as promised, that's science, that's ammo. I suppose the next most pressing thing really is algae production now. The thing is, I don't even know where to even begin with algae production. Why do I have one random red sign? Right. As I have random bits of ore that I guess I should go deal with. I promise I'm not just procrastinating. There we are. Lots of odd little bits and bobs in there. Okay. So, you require stone bricks and iron. Not that that's going to be everything. We also need a source of water, so that's going to be a pump. Don't think we need any of you yet, but, you know, keep my eyes open there. What are you useful for? Okay, so that's our source of mud then. Seafloor pump. Just, you know, looking around. Thin mud, light mud. Most of these are washing plant. Heavy mud water, of course. Mud item. Interesting that I don't get a production building, but I can only assume it is the seafloor pump there. Unless maybe it's only as a byproduct? I'm on my way to go grab those stone bricks, and then we'll start crafting buildings and just see where the night takes us. I might... you are not prioritized. That's really just all the stone bricks that I'd accumulated? Really? Not like anything's consuming those. Oh, well that is a lot of stone brick. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna need quite that much. Go ahead and grab one of those, and now I'm gonna need it. There's the wood pellets that we just researched. Algae farm needs more iron. I'll go ahead and start producing those iron pipes. I only had like 6 iron on me, it turned out, but you know. Why are you not running? Because you're not running. Because you're not running because there's no ore. Because copper is backed up. Alright, let's see what's more dense here. So 24 produces 24 ingots, so that's 1 to 1. Could try and store you as liquid, but that seems inefficient. But anyway, it's 1 to 10. And then, okay, right back. So everything's 1 to 1. Everything's 1 to 1. Okay. So it doesn't matter at what point I start buffering things, it's all kind of the same. And in that case, I would rather buffer the usable plates. So let's start a quick buffer. But of course, for a buffer, I need iron, which means I have to just pick you up real quick. This, once again, by the way, is not a problem that ever really goes away while you're playing Angels, especially, is you will, since all of your ore refining gives you multiple types of ores, as soon as any one pipe backs up, your entire system backs up, which is just lovely. So that has allowed some of the iron through, of course. Just waiting on it all the process. There we are. Alright, what did I even need, actually? Oh yeah, I was trying to craft structures. That's what I'm doing. But before I can do that, should offer copper. power there makes it a little annoying, but it's fine. Let's just split you here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Do something like that. That's a little too far, actually. Miscounted. Miscounted once more. There we are. Oh, I have no inserts. And I can add buffering to the other side of that belt as well, should the need arise, but if nothing else, that's going to give us a little bit of buffer room. Not a tremendous amount of buffer room. Hold on, let me look. Storage... Okay, the iron chests are literally twice the size. Let me just go ahead and change those chests out. It felt a little silly to use iron chests when iron is what I needed, but what I need is buffer space. In fact, I probably will go ahead and add that buffering to the other side as well. Really? You're gonna be a problem. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I can just do that. There. Oh, that's not what I wanted. And then same over on this side. And this is why always leaving yourself room is just a favor to yourself in the future. There we are. So that's twice as much buffering. That should last a little while. At least until we get things that start consuming circuits, because circuits are the bulk of your copper expense. Without buffering on the iron, we may well even just see this reverse at some point. I also didn't build this very well. Typically I'd like to have this main, like, spine of plates coming up and going through the middle here. I didn't do that because I have no idea. I have no idea why I didn't do that, but I'll probably change that at some point. We're also through with our research, so what more can I research? Why can I not do that? Okay, so I need you. Ore silos would be very nice. What's blocking me on that? I'd need steel and coal. Well, let's queue those up then. Yep, steel. You are just a gated thing. That's interesting. What else was here? Coal chemistry, yes. Wood processing 2. I might as well queue that. Advanced lead smelting. Oh, that's just what all those are called? Okay. Fluid control is cool. I like fluid control, but I literally don't even have radars yet. Maybe radars would be a higher priority than fluid pumps. Okay, anyway. So, algae. We were working towards algae. We have some arboretums now. Arboretums are cool. Maybe I'll work on arboretums first since we do need the wood. We do need the wood. Okay, there's just a regular arboretum. We need more iron, because we always need more iron. I'm clearing the way for when I will in the future move this. More iron. More iron. There we are. I'm gonna go ahead and preemptively craft a couple more pipes, since we're going to be moving water, and I have no idea where the nearest water is. That's probably a good idea. I might build my arboretums down here and belt the wood up, to be honest with you. Mostly just because that's where the bulk of my pollution is going to come from. Let me look at these guys. Do they produce... They do produce a little pollution. Like a little pollution. Like nothing compared to mines or anything like that. So, arboretums absorb pollution, at least so far as I remember. So putting them down where my mines are and where my power generation is seems like a good idea, but that's also where my water is. So worst comes to worst, I'll just run another one of these belts like I did for coal and stone up there to get the wood up top. And here we are. So again, leaving yourself room is a favor to yourself in the future. So I'm going to leave room to build stuff below and put this guy up here. Like right here, I think. We need a pump. I already built one of those though. You do need power, of course, and you will need tree seeds and soil. That's why I left myself a little bit of room. So, power. We'll just run like so. There we are. Of course that won't work. I'll just do like that. And just so I can walk through, I know that would bite me at some point. There we are. Tree seeds come from soil and water in Desert Tree Seed Generator. Okay, so any of them can work, and the soil comes from mud and compost. The compost is going to... Okay. So, I do need to build a composter and at least one of those other guys as well. Composter is, of course, more iron. These guys... I'm probably missing something with those, but I'll worry about it once I have the composter, because I know I need the composter. And the composter isn't super expensive. Composter. Okay. Where can I get you? let's make a washing plant. I may or may not need one. Let's just see. So I need soil, I need tree seed. Tree seed is produced in one of those three. Soil is produced in regular crafter with compost and mud. But I don't really know where mud comes from. Alright, viscous mud water. Here made with mud and water. I'm going to follow my intuition rather than diving through those for hours on end and assume that what I said before was correct. That I probably need one of you, maybe one of you. I'll just go ahead and make you. It's not like I'll never need a washing plant, even if I build one now and I'm mistaken. So, washing plant. I may even make a clarifier, just because, just preemptively. It's a little expensive though. Maybe I'll hold off. Okay. Composter, that guy I'm just going to throw over here, because I'm not going to need him for a hot minute. What do you even do? Okay, so he just takes most any kind of plant life and turns it into compost. That's kind of what I figured. Seafloor pump. And pump. What do you produce? You produce viscous mud water. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. So we're going to need probably multiple washing plants. Interestingly, they seem to have... Oh, I quite like how that works, actually. That way I can input from one side and then chain them vertically, or, you know, vice versa. So I think what I'm going to do is have them run this way. Which does mean I probably want to move you somewhere. Why can I only place you in such specific places? Okay. Fine, you get to go there. So I'm going to place you here. And I'll probably need several more of those, but, you know, we'll get there when we get there. There we are. And connect you up. And connect you up. And you are going to create... I assume that is what I want. Looks good. I may in fact run these this way because there's quite a lot of different recipes. There is more than I was anticipating in there, and it looks like they're all a chain, so this is probably going to snake back and forth. So I might actually go ahead and put this up here, even though that's exactly what I said I was not going to do. Oh, I have to actually pick you up to have that item. Thank you. And there we are. Reset the recipe. Okay. So, oh, there's two inputs. I see. There's two inputs because you need two inputs, which I was literally looking at. Of course. And that's going to produce some mud and some heavy water. The heavy water then itself needs to be processed, and I would have been better off leaving you down where I'd initially put you, except I suppose I do need the mud. That's what all of this was for, after all. Okay, I do actually still need to produce the soil from the mud, which is made in a crafting machine with a composter. Or, in a crafting machine with compost, rather. How much do you take? 5? It might be worth trying to stockpile some of that. Yeah, that's awkward spacing. Okay. One more time. One more time. Now that I know how everything works, now I can plan. That was a test run. It's a test run, you see. So where'd you go? There you are. Okay. So in the side, you want water. From the top. Yeah, okay. In the side, you want water. In the top, I want this guy. So let's go to about here then. That seems like an appropriate level of processing distance. Go ahead and set the recipe so I get highlighting on them. I thought you could be rotated. Yeah, you can be rotated. What do you mean? I guess I will bring the water down this way then. And then done like that. And you go. And you're running. Very nice. Okay. So I am likely to have many other sources of mud, so I'm going to belt this. And then I'm going to have an assembler, maybe not that high. That's awkward spacing once again. Okay. Into the power pole. Awesome. Let's say, like, here then for power pole height. Yes, I know you're all disconnected and very, very displeased with me. Give me a moment. Something like that, and then you don't matter. Okay. I have no idea how much production of this that we are going to need, so I'm just kind of going. That's mud and compost. Of course. Compost, I suppose. I suppose I can also bring in on this belt. That's no big deal. We're going to be outputting to the far side, so I will put compost on the, you know, bottom side. Perhaps. Let's just see what all I can do. That's a lot of things. Also, a lot of things that I don't have at the moment. Just to kickstart it, I noticed wood was in there, so let's just throw a little wood in there. Let's also bring you down literally 1 square. And put you, like, here. This power pole is trying to kill me, I think. Yeah, whatever, okay. We can just have a power pole, like, over here, I guess. And compost. Okay, this was supposed to be sided, but, you know, whatever. We'll, we'll let him load all that in. I just... And I will put that in a box, but that could be about later, if we needed it to be. And then load you in. Now you do need a tree seed, and I've kind of purposely been avoiding the recipe on the tree seed, because I'm not sure how that's going to work, to tell you the truth. We also have this other output of heavy mud that I've been ignoring, because I believe what that means is I'm going to need to chain this. There's not anything else I would need to do with that, is there? Okay, there are a couple other recipes. There are a couple. You have to find it. Let me know if you want me to tell you roughly where I found one. Find what? I'm afraid to ask. So that would work. I would have to output the mud, but I'll probably do that on the left for this guy. Maybe I'll even do that here just to make them more symmetrical. Can I make one of those? Iron. All I need is iron. Okay. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, okay. Thank you. Iron. I'm assuming then that they are something that is visually different and not just something that I would walk past without noticing, because I do see like these kinds of guys, but I haven't really wanted to mess with them much. Like it's stuff that I don't need to bother with yet, I don't believe, so I haven't been looking thoroughly at them. I do remember there's a couple odd little things spread around, like this. I remember this over here. Got a temperate garden, so we'll, I don't believe that's going to get me there, because I do specifically need a temperate tree, but perhaps there's something I can do with one of these? Using... Ah, deconstruction planner is a good call, okay. So, yes, okay. That's kind of exactly what I was thinking it was going to be, is I've now just picked up several plants that I have no immediate purpose for, so in the box they go. With you. Also, with you. Okay. I would imagine that the easiest one I'm going to find is probably a desert tree, just because deserts aren't typically known for having trees. Yeah, like, wander around and find something is not... It's not terrible. I understand where they're trying to come from, but it is also not the best. Let's see. I don't believe any of those things are what I'm looking for. No. So you get to stay. Did you... Okay, you show up on the map. What are you? You are another garden. I'm curious if the trees show up or not. Doesn't appear to be, but there's a blue spot down this way. I believe that's a guess, though. Not a tree. Oh, desert tree. There we go. Okay. So yes, the blue spot. Just in case anyone was curious, the blue spot does seem to be tree. So yeah, that wasn't too bad. Guess while I'm walking back, I can go ahead and craft this now. I wonder if there's... I know I'm going to need at least one of those, but those are road over time, so those need to be replaced, which means I do need that, which does mean more iron. I might have more iron over here. Ah, found a different one than you did. Well, I suppose that just means there's a fair few of them to go around. Oh yeah, right. I forgot that I wanted to make... Where are you? Washing plants. There you are. Let's just make a few of those. Did I ever make a clarifier? No, and I do need more iron for that. I feel like I'm probably going to want a clarifier, maybe even two, so I am going to go through the effort of running back for more iron yet again so that I can make a clarifier. Oh wow, okay, more iron. Maybe I should have something up here making pipes for when I need some of these fluid-heavy buildings. I do want to look into the coal recipes up there, see if any of those are a better fuel. Like, if I could get more efficiency than just slamming coal in the boilers, but that's a little ways off, I'd say. Like, I have other priorities to get to right now. It's concentrated mud, so I want the light. And then after light, I want the thin. And then after thin... Oh, I didn't build the last one? More iron yet again. In that case, I'm going to pick that up, just because it's difficult to walk around in here when it's like that. So I'm going to try and find a better solution. I do also want to start actually doing something with this mud. Since I'm going through so much effort to create it, I might as well actually extract it. I am going to do as I said before, and actually put that inserter over there. This one power pole, man. Funny enough, I actually want this on the other side if possible now. Yeah, okay. I figured the coal recipes probably had some improvements, but I know that I am right on the cusp of better fuels. But you know, I want to keep it open if there is something. This is probably going to be in the way later, but I am getting to that point that you reach in an Angel's Run where you're like, yeah, this will go here and everyone will be happy about it. It just has to be done, and anything beyond that is extra. All right, I'm going to leave that much room there. That way I can walk through. And there we are. Set the recipe to, I believe you were thin. There we are. And then you're going to produce thin mud, which means I do need one more. So let me go grab iron. Let me go grab iron one more time, and that will get me to the final step in the process, which is saline water. And saline water I do remember being important for things. I don't remember what things, but I do remember it being important for things. That's still not enough. Let me just make a bajillion pipes. Go ahead and get started on that. Guess I'll grab some more copper too. How about now? That's the wrong one. There we go. Okay. Thing is, I don't even think I have any fluid storage at the moment. Maybe that's something I could research potentially. Do you give tanks? Small storage tank. You do give tanks. Okay, let me go ahead and just bump you to the front then, because I don't really need wood processing right now because I don't even have wood. And the last guy. Of course, that's not going to let me just place you, and I don't have landfill researched, and I don't think I'm going to be getting landfill anytime soon. So you will just have to curve, my man. Sure. Sure. Okay. So water comes in there, that comes in there. I think right there? I thought wrong. Then you still produce mud. Is this on the correct side? Yes, okay. Does this one still output on the correct side, actually? Let me test that real quick. Yes, okay. Just had to be sure. Sometimes I have a hard time remembering specifics about insert or side placement stuff on like corners. It gets a little weird sometimes. That's going to produce... I did make this thing. I've got to be honest, I don't remember what you do, but I know I need you. So you take soil and water. This is soil here, correct? It is. Let me think about how I want to do this. So I don't want to block off this guy. I think what I'll do is... Why are you a ghost? I think I'll do that. And I did say something about making this a belt if I needed to earlier, and I believe I need to. I think I will do... something like that. That's fine. That's fine-ish. I do need to get water into you, but I have water everywhere through here, so that's not too big of a deal. There we are. So, a little more soil. A little more, a little more. Oh, I have 4 in my inventory, okay. So that's going to produce a tree seed, which is all you need to run. I'm gonna be so real here. I think the best way to do this is a little janky, but I think it will get it done. And that's what's important. And when I need to expand this, and I'm sure I will, then I will come and straighten this out and make it nicer. But for right now, once again, I kind of just want it to run. And there we are. Low power. Maybe I will now go ahead and start just very slightly expanding power. I have exactly enough iron, okay. Let's go throw those guys down. There we are. Yeah, okay, that's a lot better. How's pollution doing? Could be worse, could be better. Yeah, I did mention this earlier, but for anyone interested, yes. For anyone interested, this arboretum, while it's running, produces minus 100 meters. I'm not actually sure what the M is meant to be there, but minus 100 pollution per second while it's crafting. Assuming that's not affected by crafting speed. That could be minus 50 if crafting speed's being taken into account here, but I believe it's minus 100. In comparison, a electric drill, while it's operating, produces 10 per second. So just having an arboretum running effectively cancels out 10 electric drills worth of pollution, which I think is pretty cool. It's not perfect, and the pollution, this guy also absorbs pollution when he runs, which is kind of cool. Pollution chart. Let's see. I don't have a whole lot of stuff running, to be perfectly honest. Let me go about an hour. So, you can see for a good chunk of time, I've been running basically no pollution, but that's because my base stopped for a long time while I was working on ore processing. So, you can pretty clearly see most of the pollution's just coming from power. Mines aren't far behind. You know, I do still have a couple, random steam power drills over there that I probably need to rip out. Granted, this is over the last hour, but those still exist. If I go to like, 10 minutes or so, you can see it's a different story, but alright. So, are you producing? Yes, there are 8 trees in here, and I know I need just a standard assembler. Let's see. Even assuming I did do another one like here or something. Let's just leave room for that. Output from the top. And say... where do I want this? I will leave enough room for outputs to loop back if need be, so I will actually run the belts this way, and then back around this way. Always a good trick when you have no idea how much throughput you're going to need, just leave an extra space. And then I'll throw you, like, over here. I need more inserters. Yeah, no problem. I haven't actually checked that one myself in a while, so it's good to get a grasp on exactly where all your pollution's coming from too, because I actually wasn't sure how much, like, comparatively, say, the casting machines were going to be over the blast furnaces or anything else, so checking charts is something I don't do often enough. Oh, I did forget about the cyclical... Okay, let me think. Well, can't do anything without more iron. As is always the case, I'm constantly starved for iron. Okay, there we go. Might, while I'm up here, go ahead and grab a couple more belts and such. Probably gonna make science unhappy in the short term, but, you know, it'll do what it'll do. I'm not really waiting on any important science right now anyway. I'm kind of just building and experimenting. I either don't remember a good chunk of this portion of Angels, but I mean, who could blame me? It's fairly complex. Or a lot of this is new, just straight up. And so I've been learning as I go. There you are. So that's the one I want. It will probably output this all, but sometimes it does not. So on the occasions that it doesn't, I need the saw to come back. So what I was thinking is I would actually filter, take advantage of inserter filtering, so that this guy only outputs wood. And then I will have something like... I can even take advantage of inserter arms to do something like this. So you will take out from there and you will drop up, and then you will pick up from down and drop left. Very good. Just put a box there, limited to one stack. And there we are. I wonder, do you stack at all? Stack size 200. Okay, perfect. There we are. And that way I can just wire this guy up to only be enabled if there's saws are less than 1, something like that. I do need a source of iron in here, unfortunately, but I'll sort that out when I sort that out. This unfortunately doesn't work, actually, now that I'm looking at it, because this cuts into the sorting area that I'd set aside. So what I will do is I will just copy it and move it somewhere else. I'm glad I noticed that, because that would have been very easy to just carry on, and that would have not been a problem for a very long time until it was suddenly quite a big problem. So I'll just have the trees come down like over this way or something, and I'm sure I'm not going to need more arboretums than this. And if I do, then I'll figure it out. This isn't a tremendous setup by any stretch of the imagination. It wouldn't be that difficult to move. Oh, come on. Okay, there we are. So now the trees come in, wood comes out. I do need to get iron down here, but for right now, to be perfectly honest, I will probably just clear some iron in. Where's power? Power's over here somewhere. Power's also kind of everywhere, actually. Let's just run some power down. There we are. Gotta actually get the output out of this guy also. And he does only output trees. I did want to make sure that was the case. Oh, all my research is finished. Okay, flare stacks, probably not a bad thing to research, but I don't know how eminently important that is. Mortar refining isn't bad. I'll probably get to the point where I need tin soon, though. So let's go ahead and do tin, which will open the way to yellow belts. Maybe that. Maybe lead also. Water treatment? Maybe lights wouldn't be a terrible idea. I don't know. If any of that, if anything comes up that I need, I can always just rearrange it. Okay, so what are you missing? You need compost. I know you need compost, but, you know, I'm working on it. So let's see. So this is going to do wood as soon as these guys show up. Awesome. Okay. So that works exactly how I hoped it would. We're going to... let's just say out. That's not very good. I don't really like that. Let's say that, and then split, and then this can go up, and we'll make circuits from that. And while I'm sure it would be better to use algae or something to produce my compost from, I am going to just run this for now. To be honest, I hope this is even like a net positive on wood. It may very well be the case that it isn't. I wonder how much wood this produces per recipe. Produces 6 to 8 wood. Huh. So there is a little bit of a chance in there. I assume it's 1 wood to 1 compost. Yes, it looks like it was. 1 compost to 1 soil. You take 5 soil. Okay, I believe this is actually tree negative. I think this will fail. Unless I'm looking at the numbers wrong somehow. Let's see. Let's just take everything out of the setup then. Is this all compost? This is all compost, okay. I'll throw the mud in there, take the compost. What's in you? Tree seed. That. So everything should be empty. Now we're going to throw... how many trees? 4 trees. Okay. I'm not going to wait for the belts. I'm just going to throw 4 trees in there. Since it is 4 trees, we are probably fine, because even on the low end, that's going to produce 16 wood per operation. That's going to translate into 8, assuming a perfect 50-50 split, like if all that wood's being consumed. So 8 comes down in here, turns into 8 compost. Yes, that's correct. So 8 compost becomes 8 soil. You consume 5 of that. That leaves 3 soil left to get 2 tree seeds out of. You take 5 soil. That's 10. That's 10 soil per. Okay. Yeah, even on the high end, even if we got lucky, I don't think that actually doesn't pay for itself. So we will have to make this out of algae then. Which is fine. I needed to convert it to algae eventually. I was just hoping that it would work with just wood. What can I do with this saline water? I know you're used in stuff, just don't quite remember. Okay. I can make brown algae in an algae farm too. Okay, so we're probably a little far away from that. Doesn't look like there's honestly too terribly much I can do right now. Don't really want to void it though. I think I just researched tanks somewhere. Okay. Interestingly, this seems to have the same storage volume, but cost 1 plate less. Small inline storage tank. Small inline storage tank. Why do you have the same amount, but cost more? Well, one way to find out. Yeah, they do. They certainly do. Rate factory, yeah. Rate calculator and factory planner. The only time that I've used them is I actually talked about this earlier. I think you were here, but I made a factory where I wanted every science, and this was just vanilla Factorio, but I wanted every science pack to have its own dedicated base. So raw resources in and just science out. And I used Helm mod for that because I could not do that all pure mental. That was a little too much. Why am I up here? I was gathering iron, I'm sure. Oh, I needed things. I do also want to make an algae farm, I suppose, so probably good idea to get enough iron to do that. And algae farm, there we are. I'm also making iron pipes, not because I intend to use them as pipes, but because all of these buildings keep using iron pipes as recipe ingredients. So I'd like to have some on hand so that whenever I go to make something I don't have to handcraft them all. Or at least not from scratch. Go ahead and make a second one. I kind of half remember how these work and kind of half don't. I'm just going to put a couple down over here, but they aren't going to stay there. So I have green algae and brown algae. Remember there was something special about brown algae? It's used in something. Couldn't really tell you though. So, I do know that... Okay, 40 brown algae out of just saline water is kind of nice, but I don't have that recipe yet, I don't think. And I don't think I'm going to be able to research it anytime soon. Where's, search? Okay, actually, I could. Recipe's right there. Does have to be made in an algae farm too, but that's not really much more expensive. That's not a bad deal. Let's go ahead and just move that up to the front, because that's going to be a lot faster too. I can't move you, I guess. Oh, do you rely on water? You rely on water treatment. Okay. Okay, there we go. And we'll go ahead and set up these guys up. So you just take water and you produce algae. Water's over here. So let's see where I can hook that up. Maybe right through here? Isn't a terrible idea. Like so. Let's see. So I'll just pick these up. And I don't want to cramp this area too much, but I don't want to go like super out in the middle of nowhere, so maybe I'll start like over here, I suppose. And let's move you to here. Power poles. There we are. There we are. And there we go, that's, I've been meaning to do that for a while. We've got some algae coming in, slowly but steadily. Right now, I'll just directly feed it into the compost. But, there is more stuff I want to do with it. I just don't have the mental bandwidth right now to deal with it. So once again, let's just make it work first. We can make it work better later. Oh yeah, I did make tanks earlier, so I suppose I should go do something with that. I did want to see, why are you expensive? Like, what's the deal with you? Ah, I see. You're like a... Okay, well that is cool. I do like you. Unfortunately, that's completely useless to me right now, but it is interesting. And then I will throw a clarifier down just like right here, but I wonder if I can control its activation with the circuit network. Can I connect you? Connect you. Make sure you read. And then only enable if... Where's liquids? Oh boy. I know vaguely what I'm looking for, but only vaguely. Hold on. I have an idea. There we are. Perfect. Okay. Only do that if, and what's your capacities? 2.5 and 2.5, so only if you're over like 4.5 thousand. Maybe 4,000. That's 40,000? Yep, okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine. There we are. Ah. Aha. Okay, that's fine. I just need another one of you, which is going to be more iron. Because, of course, it's going to be more iron. Okay. There we are. There we are. The reason I wanted a entirely separate one is because right now it's clogged with brown algae. Not enough brown algae to complete a recipe, but doesn't allow green algae in. So I'll just do that, and I'll set you to filter. Let me grab some of these guys. So you filter brown algae, and then you will be filter green algae. Just rearranging some of the power poles. Not that that's so much better, but, you know, it is what it is, I suppose. And let's throw all of this stuff in there. There we are. Oh, I have a bunch of mud on me. Let's just throw that in here. So hopefully you're all running. Output full. Why is output full? Saling's full because you're full because you're full. So why aren't... Ah, I didn't connect both of them. That would be a good reason. And then... yeah, that clears real fast. That'll definitely be able to keep up with these guys. Filter. Output filter. To the right. Where's my algae? There you are, and there you are. Okay. Because otherwise brown algae is going to get over here and get stuck. Actually, that's going to happen anyway. Let me just revise this for a moment. Doesn't really matter which of these gets which algae, they just need one apiece. There we are, that should be fine. And it doesn't really matter that this will back up eventually, because who cares? As long as they're both being used to make the same thing, it doesn't really matter if one of the lines backs up, because if it backs up, that means their product is backed up. So currently, this is producing 0.06 trees per second. So that means 0.24 wood. Or hold up. So it's 6, I think. 6 to 8. Okay. So then at 0. So that's 0.36 to, you know, not even half a wood a second. That's not very fast. I think I will probably need this second arboretum. So let's see about getting that produced. Just iron. Yep. Always more iron. Nope, 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 nope. Arboretum. There we are. Well, I suppose I will need the inserter, so might as well do that. Okay, it is now important. This works properly. This can all go onto one belt anyway. I just need to put you, like, over here, and then you can be, like, over here. And that works just fine. I can even do that now. Make you look a little better. Let's see, you need 2 every... Okay, so 1 every 15 seconds. You're capable of producing 4 every 15 seconds. Okay, that's cool. If anything's going to be rate limited, it's probably the soil production. But we'll see how that goes. These inserters are fighting, so I'm going to just move that over one. And, is it a wonderful build? Once again, probably not. But it is functional, and that's what matters. I'm gonna just throw the rest of my iron in there, because I really don't feel like belting iron all the way down here yet. So, since I don't want to do that, I'm just not. Let me get a copy of this, just so I can see... Tree in the way. I am aware. Can I do that? That's fine. That's literally the opposite of what I wanted to do. There we go. So, let's see. So this is your input lane. Yes, so there is exactly room for a belt every time. Okay. That's fine. I will do this. And then this is where wood can come up. Bring this down here, and it's gonna have to go quite a ways, but we will get there. There we are. Now I just need to loop this back around and connect up with the circuit build somehow, and everything will then have wood. Which is, you know, that's an odd one to celebrate. That's difficult to see as an achievement, but up to this point, everything has been hand-fed wood, so actually having automated wood is quite nice. Just need to go all the way around everything. Perhaps science should be the one who gets undergrounded here, just to make this turn a little more graceful. And then you can go straight up here. There we are. I have to actually connect the belt. And then I'll reverse this section so that that can go up and around and feed into belt production. It looks like a pretty good amount coming in. We got a nice backlog of trees, I guess. This guy probably isn't going to be running very well, but that's going to be an issue with soil production that I can't easily do anything about right at this moment. At any rate, here comes the first little bit of wood. It's just making the last few corners. Allow me to simulate what it will be like. Coming in on the left side of the belt. There we go. So you're actually full, didn't even need any. And then the rest of the wood will come up, come around, and get used over here. And there we are. So that way everything over here is now actually for real automated. And not just kind of half hand-fed. Does also mean I have like almost 600 wood in my inventory that I don't really know what to do with. Yeah, it is soil production that's a problem. You have the ingredients available, it is literally just speed. So this is what I was saying when I always talk about cramming myself into places. This would be no big deal if I could just put another one down, but everything's a little tight now. It's a little difficult, and even if I did get another one down, it wouldn't be outputting quite where this one wants to pick it up, and yeah. So what I might do is I can squeeze 2, maybe 3, if I move everything down one tile. And I think that's probably a good idea. If I had the iron to do so, I would do it. Ow, I still need more. Let me grab some circuits as well. I haven't been using them often, but when they do come up, I like to have some. Alright, there we go. I really do need to do something about the iron production. It's not been a priority up until now, but that is very slow. Unfortunately, at this point, it is the mines themselves that are capped. In fact, I'm even running out of ore on 2 of my miners, so I will have to come back and work on some of that, but as with everything else, the motto has been get it working, then get it working well. If I can figure out another way to get water in here, I can get a third. You don't have water connected. I never connected you to water. Okay. Very cool. Oh, if I just choose not to output right there, then that works. Problem is then, where do I output? So that actually is a problem. Pipes. Okay, yeah, I wanted to be able to take from up there, that just made sense, but it doesn't really look like I'm going to be able to. There we are. And then I just have to connect up over here. Connect where? That I couldn't really tell you. Suppose I can just do something like that. It's not great, but it works. And then I do still have to actually get these running, so let's hook them up and get their outputs going as well. Okay, you can just go there. That's fine. Wow, I can't get these power poles to play nice at all. Now that's 3 times the production. That's definitely gonna stress something. So this is almost certainly no longer the bottleneck. We'll call that good. However much that does or doesn't do, that's fine by me. Why is your output? Oh, output of mud is full. Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Oh yeah, you also have to output. Can't forget that. You are going to output that direction. Unfortunately, that doesn't really work. Hold on then. What can I do about you? I wasn't really anticipating that, to tell you the truth. I kind of thought that would just work. I can move this whole thing one more time. There we go. And one more. Let's go. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. There we go. Okay. Cool. I'm sure I've got a lot of stuff in my inventory now. There we go. And now I can do that and that. There we go. Wonderful. Okay. Hey, if it works, it works, you know? Alright. There's, presumably 2 arboretums running. I'm assuming that's probably enough, enough throughput to keep 2 arboretums running. Let me take some of you. And that. Okay, you only need 2. There you go. There we go. Okay. So that's going to be those guys. This is backed up anyway. Why aren't you running? Why aren't you running? How did you get wood in here? I guess I either never set this filter or the filter got unset. That makes perfect sense. Then take the wood out. There we are. A little more. There we go. Okay. How much iron's in here? 45. That's definitely less than I put in there, but oh well. We're burning through it slowly but surely. Let me check. Pollution. Is anything absorbing pollution yet? Okay. I just wanted to make sure there were no nests. No nothing. Okay. These 2 mines over here I am going to bring down. There we are. I do even have more, but I remember that with all these mines running, they do actually saturate these 2 sorters, so there'd be no point in doing that. Am I still running power off the steam? I am running off steam. Let me yank out these steam miners real quick. There we go. And let's get some electric miners in here. Does mean we need power from somewhere, of course. And there we go. Okay, that should be quite a bit more efficient than what was in there before. Get some of this crushed stone put away. In with you. And I think at this point it is fine to go ahead and rip these up. What is this steam going to? Okay, that steam is still kind of in use. And I don't really feel like going through and replacing all of those, so I think I will just leave it here and just run some pipes instead. Let's see. This stuff can just be smelted. Do I have any furnaces? Let's just pop down these two random furnaces. They were like right here. And hold on, let me make sure I got this right. So, what are you? You are saccharide. Okay, so stereotype, I do not have sorting for it and can be smelted. Now, this stuff should go up into the sorters. And then you can go in the box that I know is around here somewhere. There you are. And crushed stone goes away. Okay. You also go away. Let's go throw this one random science pack into the labs, I guess. That gives me an excuse to go check on them, since research doesn't seem to be coming in super quick. Like, quick enough, but not, like, blazing fast. No, they are running. Alright, alright. I have mud and saws in my inventory, so I guess I will go put those away as well. And then, once I've, you know, tidied up a little bit, then I'll start thinking about next steps. Where do I go from here? Where are the saws? Saws go up here. There you are. And then mud just goes and like this guy. Are you running? You're running. You're running. Awesome. Okay, so that does support both of them. These guys are running constantly, so I did need both of those. I might, at this point, go ahead and make another algae farm or two, and rip out the coal line going to power, so that I can start working on better power from algae, because there is a processing chain, a little bit involved, but you produce algae. This is a slightly better recipe for algae that I might go for. But then you convert algae into cellulose, and then you can convert somewhere in here. There you go. You can convert cellulose into wood, or wood pellets, and then you can turn wood pellets into wood bricks. And I suppose I can just do this now. And then wood bricks can be burned as fuel, and they're not bad. Going to see if I can get any. Okay, fuel value 20 megajoules, stack size 200, as opposed to 8 megajoules from the wood pellets. Hold on, isn't that worse? No, okay, so that is a gain, because 8 wood pellets would be a lot more than 20, but this produces 4 wood bricks. So really it's a factor of 2, which would be 16 megajoules, so it's kind of like you're getting 4 megajoules for free, which when each one is only 8 megajoules already, that's basically a 50% gain. Well, 25%, because it takes 2, but you know what I mean. We do also have Algae Farm 2, which is nice. We go from, let's see, crafting speed 0.5 to crafting speed of 1, and the pollution absorption increases, so that's nice. Honestly, I might go ahead and do that. I'll make 1. That's going to have to craft another algae farm, and then I'll replace this one and craft the next one, and so on. So while that's happening, I'll probably go grab a bunch of iron and just go ahead and start pre-firing all these pipes that I'm going to need, because it is a lot of pipes. I think I just picked up No? Okay. That's probably how I picked up a science bottle before, is running along grabbing iron and just nabbing one out of the underground belt. Let's go ahead and throw these burner inserters in the box. Don't think I'm going to be using them anytime soon. There you are, box. Why is the box... Oh, Alt is off somehow. Weird. Must have fat-fingered that a minute ago. Wonder how long it was off for. Okay, do that, and then make a second one. You can do it. Come on. There we go. Okay. There we are. Put you down. Very nice. And then the price of the next one is 54 pipes, which will be just a little shy on, but close enough. Oh, I'm out of inserters. There we are. Just make a couple of those. Very nice. Okay. So the reason I've overbuilt so much is if I am going to be using them for power, I still want to use them for compost as well. So, you know, you don't want to accidentally kill the wood whenever power starts surging, you know. Let's look into that slightly better recipe because it is quite a bit more algae. This is 30 seconds for 25, whereas this is 15 seconds for 50, so it's like more than twice as good. But it does take carbon dioxide and mineralized water. Carbon dioxide is going to take coal. Where does mineralized water come from? Crushed stone and water in a liquefier. I could swing that. That's not too bad. If anything, the carbon dioxide is the worst part of this. Because that's going to be coal in a liquefier. Does look like there's a few other ways we can get carbon dioxide, but not anything I'm even kind of close to getting. Carbon dioxide gas from wood, actually. Oh, I literally just have that. It takes wood pellets. Okay, 70 carbon dioxide into one wood pellet. So one wood pellet is 6 cellulose. I'm making sure this would, like, turn a profit. Ooh, okay. So 6 is slightly more than 10 algae. But I do produce 50. But it takes 80 carbon dioxide. So how much did that produce? 70. Okay, it is positive. It's not positive by a lot, though. This is the problem. But it is positive. I also don't have to use the algae for this. I have all of this wood, and I'm not coming even close to using all of this wood. So I could absolutely just turn wood into cellulose, and then into wood pellets, and then into carbon dioxide. And that way I wouldn't have to use any coal whatsoever. And I think I'm pretty happy with that idea, honestly. So let me go grab some iron to make some assemblers. Assemblers, there we are. Let's just make a lot. And couple inserters. Didn't hurt. So if I'm going to be doing that, I want to split wood and kind of keep it in this general area. I don't want this to balloon into anything too massive in size. I do need a liquefier also, which is here. So let's see, 1, 2 crafting recipes, and then I think 1 into... I know you exist. Here's liquefier, here's carbon dioxide from coal. Where's that recipe I was literally just looking at? It's made in a liquefier. We'll just put it down and see what happens. I can make it direct... Oh, that's methanol. Never mind. Okay. So... yeah. Okay. So, wood pellets into carbon dioxide. I can work with that. That's cool. I do need another liquefier, though, for the mineralized water, which I surprisingly can make. So, crushed stone is over in this area, so that won't be difficult at all to tap into. In fact, I'll probably just put the liquefier somewhere on this side. And I don't know how many of these I'm going to wind up needing, so I'll make this somewhat expandable. Just, you know, holding the place for right now. And then the gas, I suppose I can put up here. Again, in a somewhat expandable array. Oh, I do need to convert this first. That's important. So you can go here, and that will turn into cellulose. Wherever that recipe may be. I know it exists. Alright. Wood in, cellulose fiber out. And then that cellulose fiber into wood pellets. Wood pellets. And then that into the liquefier. Of course you have no power. I can do that. That's fine, I'll live with it. Okay. Pellet. Ah, you just haven't finished yet. Okay, that's fine. You are... So I produce 1 every 4 seconds, and you consume... Okay, 0.7 per second, okay. And then you over here, you will want to be mineralized water. So I need crushed stone. There we are. That's not gonna work super well, actually, if I'm going to then be pumping the mineralized water in. So I suppose I'll leave this here for now so I don't shut it down, but it will need to change. That's fine. Let's find where the crushed stone is. So that is all absolutely immediately getting turned into stone. As it should be, but, you know, does pose somewhat of a problem just for this one little use case. Okay. Nope, that's not gonna work. Okay. Okay, here's kind of an idea, though. Let's go ahead and cut some of this stuff out. Cut you out. So this is just stone. Good. This is just stone. Good. Bring you down. Go like this. That's not very good. Okay. This is something. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. That's the good stuff. Alright, well that's terrible. Wonderful. Let's move on. Oh, I don't know where I'm going. Doesn't need to go nearly that far. Let's just say, like, right here is cool. Load you in. Let's worry about how to get water over here now. I think until I have a proof of concept done, I will keep these two running on... that makes no sense. Why would I do that? I'll turn the far one into my experimental recipe, and then these two can keep running like normal. I won't... well, all it is water that I'm voiding, so that's fine, I guess. Change recipe, green algae. Why would I want just brown algae? Not sure. Anyway. Let's run... that's right in the way, of course. There we are. And run something like that. Still need the carbon dioxide, of course, which has been building up, kind of? Kind of been building up. What's the problem? Oh, I didn't actually connect it. That'll do it. Let's make more pipe. So now you're running. Very cool. And fantastic. Okay. Very nice, very nice. Does look like I'm probably going to need more wood pellets. Which is probably just because I'm not feeding it enough cellulose. So let's just go ahead and do this. Oh, I guess that one was important. Alright, there you go. There we are. That way, I don't have to do anything too strange, and I'm pretty sure this one can, you know, withstand that much throughput. I think it'll be just fine. Oh, do have to actually select the recipe, however. Oh yeah, it's just fine. Oh, and that's, more algae than I could possibly need, I think. Let's go ahead and get these guys switched over as well, I suppose. I am going to move that over by just one. They are. This is not fantastic, unfortunately. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do like that. Guess that's fine. And then just kind of repeat that same idea for all of them down here. There we are. So that water line is maxed out, so let's move this over this way. Oh, you're actually not going to be able to stay there. Let's move you, like, here. And that should be fine. And same deal over here. And get these recipes swapped over. There we are. And if we need more input of some sort or another, then I can always just do that. What I might do, like what would be pretty cool, is I'm gonna make some of these inline pumps here, or not pumps, but tanks. And I'm going to just screw them down as not only buffers, but then it also helps me understand if I have enough of a certain liquid, or if I'm running low, or, you know, whatever the case may be. Because yeah, looks like I have plenty enough carbon dioxide to run all three of these. And mineralized water, it's a little low, but it should also be fine. Let's see what else I can get to. So, advanced mechanical refining. So that does just allow more... Yeah, that's good, and I do like these, but they're also not extremely helpful immediately. You know, it's not really a here and now kind of thing. So let's start researching a little bit more along the lines of the chemical processing, but also these inserter upgrades are nice. Probably a flare stack will be needed at some point. Flare stacks just allow you to void gases, the same way that the clarifier ponds allow you to void liquids. And honestly, weapon shooting speed, I don't know what the evolution might be up to at this point, but Is there a... Honestly, I forget. I know there's a hotkey that allows you to view information about evolution and so on, but I am blanking on what it is. That's my train menu. I am literally just pressing keys. Oh, well. I know there's a way, actually, can I do it through the command window? I'm sure I can, but I'm not that worried about it. This is kind of backwards, I realize now, where the most important one who kicks off the whole process is the first one to get backlogged, but oh well. The mud is what's important in this process. I'm literally voiding the product at the end, so I guess that's fine. Oh, and now that we aren't producing brown algae anymore, I actually don't even need this. I can, if I needed to, literally just swap you over. Not that it's, again, not that I think that's needed, but might as well. Where is power from here? Power is down there. Okay. That's actually a pretty convenient location, all things considered. Let's see. No iron, but I do have literally one assembling machine. That's fine. I am kind of rate capped right now on how quickly this thing is running. Though this thing also seems to be rate capped by the inserters, so... That makes sense, it is a one-to-one recipe and I needed 2 inserters to unload it, so... Wonder how... Okay, my copper buffers are still... They got plenty of room, so nothing to worry about there. I was a little worried that if we fill up on copper again, the entire base comes to a halt, but we're fine so far. Pollution is surprisingly okay for how long the base has been running. I might go ahead and nab a couple gears and just make a couple guns. You never know when a couple guns are going to be needed, so it's always nice to have them before you need them. Maybe not that many guns. I still need the assemblers. Okay. I got 3 assemblers. So... the chain that I'm looking for here is... you can go wood pellets to charcoal, and charcoal to carbon. Carbon does take oxygen, but I do have the ability to make oxygen at this point. You might be thinking, why charcoal? Why carbon? Actually, why carbon? Let me make sure carbon makes sense before I commit. So, 1 charcoal becomes 2 carbon, and the fuel value doesn't change, so actually you don't want carbon. You just want the charcoal. So, 2 wood pellets becomes 3 charcoal. Each charcoal has a fuel value of 6 megajoules, as opposed to the wood pellets, which have a fuel value of 8 megajoules. So we do lose a little bit, just per item, but we're also increasing our items by 50%. So effectively we go from 8 megajoules to 9 megajoules this way. It's a very small increase, but it is an increase, so it's worth doing. And all you have to do is smelt it, so. We do still have to make the wood pellets first, though, which I intend to do by creating cellulose fiber into wood pellets, and then into charcoal. There may even be additional ways, better ways, but, you know, this seems fine to me. Actually, are wood bricks possibly better? Because I did look at wood bricks earlier. I think we even read off this information. So 8 turns into 4, so half. So that's a 25% increase. This is I believe a 33% increase. It does also require the fuel, though. Like the fuel to craft it. Is there anything charcoal is used in? Only in carbon. And carbon, at least at the moment, doesn't seem to have any other uses either, which is interesting. I might just burn wood bricks. It's just simpler. It doesn't require the furnace stack. It doesn't break as easily. Yeah, I think I'll probably go wood bricks instead. Hold on. So, I am looking at this, so... it's 1/3 more power, or... as opposed to 1/4 more power, so maybe that does make sense. Maybe I will go charcoal then. We'll just make some furnaces. Don't actually know how many I'm gonna need, but we'll see how it goes. Let's start about here-ish, I guess. Leave a little room. Algae into fiber. And then fiber into pellets. And then pellets will get smelted. Yep, that seems reasonable. I am gonna need a few more inserters, so while I'm doing this, that's gonna mean more iron, though. Well, we'll get there in a minute. This is proof of concept time, I suppose. Oh, I am going to have to steal one just to even get this to work. And I might even priority split here, maybe? That's a little dangerous. Maybe I won't do that. Because I do rely on the output of this system to sustain this system, at least for the moment. Once I have wood chips, I guess I could stop using wood up here, but I'm also not using that much wood, so what difference does it make? I would like to have just like one more assembler, but that's not going to happen. Okay, so how does this handle that? Because wood pellets are a fuel source. Will it also know that it can put them up here? How many will it load in here? I assume it'll probably load in 5. So one more will get us there, and then this iteration should tell us. Okay, so it will put them up here also. Once this finishes, this one should begin smelting. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that'll work. Very cool. Let's go grab some iron, because that's pretty slow, and we're going to want that to go a good bit faster. We're going to even attempt to supplement power with that. Let's do that, and another 2 is fine, I guess. I am going to need more inserters as well, though, so let's do that. Maybe grab some circuit boards while I'm up here. How many do I got? I was getting a little low. Just a little playing around iron. I'm sure I'm going to need it at some point. There we are. And then just copy those over, copy them over, grab an inserter here and there we are. Oh yeah, I forgot that I didn't actually have enough inserters down here, so I'm going to need a fair few more. There we are. And then just funnel all this down and over. Like so. And then I think I will priority input split this with the coal. Cannot be used as fuel. Okay. Didn't think so, but thought I'd check. Oh yeah, guess this would work better if I actually hooked it up. Actually I wanted you to be one earlier than that. There we go. I didn't want that at all. There we go. Okay, very cool. So now we are getting to the point where being able to use both sides of the belt is probably a good idea, and we are going to be hitting some belt speed limitation issues. So maybe what I'll do is I'll have you output here, like this, and then you like so. There we are. Oh, did not want those. And then we can just shuffle them in. Would be nice if I'd reversed the order here, so I didn't have to use that splitter, but honestly, what is the price of one splitter in the grand scheme of things here? I think we'll be fine. Okay, so it is starting to pile up a little bit down here. So we'll have to let this run for a little while. This is not coming even close to supporting 2 furnaces worth of fuel, let alone 8. Either way, we'll have to see how this goes. What is the fuel density of coal? Do I have any coal on me? So fuel value is 4, as opposed to the charcoal, which I think was 8. It was in here somewhere. Charcoal, 6. Okay, it's still 50% more than coal, so maybe once it gets filtered in here, you know, we'll notice the difference. Maybe. At any rate, this setup is producing, you know, it's net positive power, this whole setup, so it's also absorbing pollution, important to remember. So this is a nice little setup to have. And if I do need to expand it, it's certainly worthwhile to do so. I'm not really happy with the fact that this isn't lane balanced. Even just that is fine, I suppose. Or rather, one of these guys. Quick and dirty. Just because the inserters over here are not going to pull evenly off the belt, which means one of these furnace stacks would be pulled from disproportionately, so I just want to make sure it gets mixed in. Yeah, like right there, that was already backed up to here, so now it gets to go on the right side of the belt. Okay, I'm still definitely not taking out of these quickly enough. But at the same time, I'm not consuming it quickly enough either, so there's that. Again, it's just one more thing in Angels and Bobs to come back to. I do kind of feel like I spent a long time on that though, so let's zoom out a little bit. See if there's anything that needs to be taken care of. I noticed this mine over here was empty, so I'm going to go move that down. Can I move you down, actually? Yes. Wanted to make sure I wasn't going to get any coal mixed into the line, but this is fine. This guy over here never managed to finish, I guess. Let's just take that crushed stone and throw it out. And what are you? Crushed sapphirite. Wait. Sapphirite, yes. We've got some charcoal in our inventory somehow, so I guess I'll go put that back. Anything else? So, nothing pressing. Okay. Shooting speed is coming along nicely. Alright, so bird's eye view time. We're literally only up through red science. It has been 7.5 hours since I started stream. A big oof. I did waste like 2 hours building a giant thing that didn't work. I guess it wasn't a total waste. Like, most of what I built I still had to use at some point, aside from all the planning and building time that I spent on those, but we just don't talk about those. We have plenty of more gas recipes that I'm sure are very cool and useful, but until we need them, I won't be looking at them any further. There's lots of recipes for steel and tin and such, which I probably should be more worried about. Maybe I will go and tap one of those other resources just so I can have some and have it start flowing. Iron has been quite an issue up until this point though, so I would be most interested in any that had iron as a byproduct. So let's head down, see what the starter patches still have to give, and we'll take things from there. I also think I probably will be wrapping up fairly soon. It's been a good first day, I feel like. Like, we've gotten all the starter stuff done. We're mostly through the finicky parts of early game. Now, no, that I'm not saying we're through early game, but we are through the finicky parts of early game. Why are you an underground belt? So, looking at the patches, would be nice to have stereotype. That's not going to happen. We have rubite, which gives lead and nickel, neither of which are super interesting. We have bobmonium, which gives tin and silicon. Of course, it gives other things as well, but at our current tech level, tin and silicon are what we can get out of it. So we might need silicon for the next tier of circuits, if I had to guess, but we certainly aren't making those right now. There's more sapphirite out on the fringes there, but I'm not eager to go and claim that. And honestly, those are the only ore patches within view range. I researched radars a while ago. I should probably go ahead and put down a couple of radars. Not only does it start revealing the map, but you know, it's good just to be able to check on your base when you're far away. How much radar coverage does that give me? Hard to tell because I'm standing next to it. This one I'll plonk down right over here just so I can always check on power if need be. Oh, and there goes shooting speed. Very nice. Where's the power pole? Okay, so satisfaction's definitely dipping. Yeah, definitely power problems again. But that is future me's problem to worry about. If I look at research, what have I got ahead of me? Advanced solar, lead and tin, that does seem useful, and that does open the door to the next tier of circuits. Lead and tin, okay. We've also got these, which, you know, I'm not super in need of, but it is good to know that they're there. I'm not being sarcastic, like, we will eventually need these, and so it would be nice to just have them. Compressed air and air separation. Okay, that's a much better way to get oxygen, and I know we will need oxygen at some point. So, well, we don't need it right now. I will probably do this, and this, and then that. And, well, we might as well throw that in then. Why? Okay, you're locked behind a trigger tech. That's perfectly reasonable. What, where even is green science, actually? Okay, I could unlock green science as soon as I have electronics. And electronics, just again, is carbon and tinned wire. We are still on wooden boards. We will need solder. I kind of half remember solder. So yeah, so working on tin is probably a good thing to get started on. I'll probably work backwards on it, so I'll start with the end of the line production, work backwards, and the last thing I'll do is plug in the belts and the sorters and all. So to do all that, I would need casting machines, I would need induction furnaces, and a blast furnace. So, can I make literally any of that? I can actually, believe it or not. Casting machines. I'll make 2 of you, I'll make an induction furnace, and you will take a little more iron. Not a lot though, not a lot. There we are. Go ahead and make you. Ah, lead takes oxygen. I knew there was, well, steel. Steel also needs oxygen. So, I remembered. I remembered there were a couple recipes in here that required oxygen. Steel, by the way. Steel is made in a blast furnace, but if you notice, it's the same kind of deal as when you make iron through this process. So in order to get steel, you have to run through the whole thing. You get the steel ingots, you melt the steel ingots down, and then you cast the steel products out. So, we haven't needed steel yet, but it's certainly not the same old vanilla just throwing iron in a furnace setup. With those, though, let's say I start from the blast furnace level. So, blast furnace here, for example, I will set this as tin, because I feel like tin is probably the one we will need next. Then that means I will want these guys. Let's go ahead and get a belt down the middle. Just helps me visualize where everything belongs. Ooh. There we are. Right there. And you will be molten tin. Molten tin. Unless... yeah. Wanted to make sure there wasn't, I don't know. To be perfectly honest, I don't even know what I was looking for, but you always want to make sure there's nothing weird going on whenever you're setting up your recipes for the first time. Drag power over. Fill in some of these ghost items down here. And make it match. Very important. There we go. There we are. Again, just almost blueprinting, but without blueprinting, because blueprinting would preserve all of the recipes, and in this case I don't want to preserve the recipes. There's 10 plates. Aha! I have made an error. And where's paste? There we are. There we are. Okay. Now we're at the proper level. And just, bring this over. Very nice, okay. Almost out of belts. Not quite. Not quite yet. So you need fuel, that's no shocker. But everything else is kind of set up, honestly. That was fairly painless. I mean, I don't have the mine or anything, and I don't have the crushers. Okay, I did kind of... Gonna be real, I did forget the whole need for crushers and sorters. That is definitely still a thing that must happen. Okay. I was gonna say, that felt a lot more painless than I was expecting, you know? Go ahead and get some of these things settled in. Where's coal? Coal's down here. Oh! I just said a minute ago we were almost out of belts, and then I never grabbed more belt. There we are. 400 should last a while. I'm almost out of undergrounds though, so let's go grab a couple of those. Inserters as well. Just preemptively make a couple of those. So how's this been working for these guys? I think I will actually just go ahead and copy all that. And... right there? Right there. So unfortunately, stone is right in the way. But it is only in the way by 2 tiles, which means we can underground it by some miracle. This is our input lane right there. And that should be fine. That should work. And make sure, yeah, so stone's still connected. Oh, I did not place you. And wonderful, okay. A little hard to see with the tree there, so I did want to watch it and make sure it all worked out okay. Alright, so... maybe I shouldn't run this down quite so low. I'm not sure exactly where everything's going to go in here yet. I do need a couple sorting facilities. Wherever those might be found. Probably the one with the sorting facility as its icon. So let's see. More iron. Always more iron. Okay. At least this one is just straight up iron and not like 100,000 pipes. Oh, this is the wrong stuff. There we go. Can I make you? I can make one of you. Let's... you know, how much tin am I gonna need? Maybe one is fine to start with. If we really need that many more sorting machines for tin, then I suppose we can deal when we get there. let's do that, just to help me keep everything lined up. Okay, so the power poles are all in the way. Of course. Which is also going to break this. It can be broken for a minute, I guess. Ooh, and that wood is right in the way also. I kind of figured it probably would be in the way of something, but oh well. How far does it need to move? It needs to move... One, two, three, four. Okay. Let's just move it 4 tiles over. I was trying to see if there was any better way I could manage that, but it doesn't really look like it. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, and go there. No undergrounds, please. There we go. And there we go. Okay. Not that big of a deal. Again, it's one of those things where if I had bots, this would go a lot faster. There we go. Okay. I'm just coming through and setting recipes on some of these things just because I feel like that's probably a good idea. Which one of you... Ammonium is next. And then you will be the red one, which is rubite. And then I have a couple more still even after that, but, you know, we'll get to them when we get to them. Let's just grab that. I think that power pole, yeah. Kinda right there. Perfect. Okay. And then, anything fancy over there? Not at all, okay. Let's just do that. Get you outing. Your recipe's already set. All I need is your input. I suppose I could actually run this belt up, though. But we are going to have some things that I've never had to deal with before. For example, silicon, so we'll deal with that when it comes up. Now, how on earth am I going to get this belted in there? Well, I also still need the crushers. Oh no. Oh, okay. Um, so the algae setup is in the way of the crushers. Like, not a little bit. The entire thing. Because the crushers are here, and all of that is kind of in the way. Which means we have the wonderful experience of just throwing ad hoc crushers in wherever they need to be. I might be able to get one more set right here, and since I don't have steer tight anyway, rather than putting that there, I could put the bobmonium crushing here. And then I'll just kind of snake in rubite crushing over here somewhere, but then whenever we have actual steertite to crush, we might just have to transport in crushed materials. But maybe that's just a design choice, you know? Maybe that's just how we're gonna do it. Yeah, okay, let's just roll with that, I guess. So we need crushers. I can make literally one, and then need stone bricks. Oh, stone bricks are over here. Would you believe me if I said I'm out of iron? There we go. Okay. So, this is for Bob. In you go, Bob. And we're going to have inserters here and here, and there. Our input is going to have to come from below somewhere. I don't really know how that's going to work, but we'll sort it out. And then our output comes up this way. There we go. Just like that. Why is this not... Why is this not right? Ah, okay. That's just how I did it, I guess. Good enough. Why are you input? Okay, there we go. So the ore comes in this way. It all gets crushed. We crush it down into wherever we need it to be. The crushed stone we can filter down this way. And then the actual ore we'll have to do something else with. Unfortunately, I'm not really sure how I'm going to get this all to behave. We're almost at belt saturation already on just this, so I don't really want to go throwing more onto here unnecessarily. Even though that's what I kind of originally planned, that doesn't seem like a very good plan. So, let's say I bring this... If our crushers aren't going to be able to go up here anyway, let's just say I bring this up by one line. And... Or rather, maybe I'll do this. Yeah, that kind of works, I guess. And then we'll filter here, and we'll just filter out stone. There we are. That can go up that way. And this is our input already, so we can just feed it in. Oh, we do actually have to take the stone somewhere. It won't just show up by itself. And I think the best thing I can do here is just filter that in. Let's go ahead and drop that and do it like that. I think that's better. I'm not sure, but I think that's better. So then the crushed ore comes up here, goes into the sorter. The sorter outputs slag, tin, and silicon. The slag, which will have to come over this way, but that's why I've left so much room over here. There we are. Just something like that. I think I'll underground the coal here. Not for any particular reason, but why not? And we'll just drag that across. And this is kind of the slag supply line. Everything produces slag. This is how we get rid of slag. To stay consistent, I guess I will underground the stone here as well. So that's where slag goes. So we will filter slag on the left. Very nice. Okay. Now, silicon, on the other hand, I really have no idea what to do with silicon. Where is... I saw it just a minute ago. Or not. Or just like the, Okay, never mind. Tin ore. Where do you come from? You come from... right here, which gives me silicon. Silicon can also be cast? Is that right? Oh, that is the only thing we do with silicon, really, other than, we make concrete with it, and we make, hexafluorosilicic acid. Oh, silicic? Hexafluorosilicic acid. Maybe. But, other than that, yeah, it looks like we just melt it down. Interesting. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Means we'll need another melter setup like this, but that's fine. So then that's going to be a blast furnace, an induction furnace, and a casting. Well, presumably a casting. I guess I should make sure it is like exactly the same, because a plate of silicon seems, you know, that just seems unusual. So let's go. Oh, getting a little lost. There we are. Okay, silicon. So we turn you into, and there are these other things too, but they're still in the future for us. So, silicon. Oh, we do have to melt you with carbon. Interesting. Okay. I mean, good to know, I guess. But once we do throw you, and we melt you down, we can cut iron with molten silicon. So maybe we don't make silicon plates. Maybe silicon is just a way to extend our metal supply, which would be very nice if so. But it does also mean that while we need a melter, we don't need a caster, which is interesting. Very weird recipes here. I'm just, I got completely stun-locked by the recipe that takes 6 ingots and 90 units of a gas or liquid to produce 24 ingots of the same thing. But silicon's just interesting that way. So molten silicon anyway. So we can make a silicon seed, which will be used to make a monosilicon bowl, I assume. That does seem to be the case. And then we cut these into wafers, I take it? Silicon wafer, yes. And that's used in circuits, yes. Makes sense. Okay. So we do in fact also need silicon, but it doesn't get processed into plates. Which, you know, I did kind of assume. I am kind of impressed that even with this trickle of iron, we do seem to be finding ways to consume it. It does look like it's mostly going into ammo, and I did not limit the ammo chest. Big oof. Oh well, we have a lot of ammo, I guess. We have a lot of ammo, okay. I've been wondering for a little while where all the iron had been going. If you researched it, silicon is red-green science. So I'm more future planning. So I may not have the tech for it at the moment, but I am trying to figure out exactly what I need silicon for. I was worried I might have to, almost kind of like I do with copper, I might have to make a big storage area for it because I'm about to start sorting bobmonium, which is going to give me tin and silicon. And I know what I do with the tin, I wasn't as sure what I was going to wind up doing in the near term with the silicon. So 5 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That's kind of what I thought. That's gonna have to move yet again. But it can come in this way this time. Guess I should have left it where it was. Okay, so it just fits right down the middle there. There we are. And yeah, I'll pick this up one more time. I liked where it was before anyway. It was neater over there, so it just gets to move back. There we are. I may go ahead and try and make, just while I'm thinking about it, not a casting machine, an induction furnace, and a blast furnace. Do need, of course, more iron, but we always need more iron. How am I on circuits and such? I could use a few more circuits. Just suck those up. Okay, blast furnace and induction. I probably won't get all the way to hooking up the bobmonium tonight. I do believe I'm probably going to call it within the next few minutes here, but I did want to get all of the major hurdles taken care of, like the machines crafted where I could and so on, so if I have this coming up here, then I do want to filter you to tin. Where is tin? Is it tin ore that's coming in here? Hold on. Yeah, because that's copper ore, so tin ore, shove you over that way, and cool. And that should mean that everything left is silicon, but just in case, I will set a filter here. And then I can take the silicon over. And we'll do something with it, I'm sure. I mean, we'll melt it, but up until that point, I'm not entirely sure what we'll do after we melt it first. Do probably need a couple more casting machines, but I'm literally not doing anything that consumes tin at all at the moment, so I'm not super worried about it. Well, I do have one more casting machine though, so there is no reason not to put it down. There's that for not steel. Oh, I guess I don't even have the ability to make silicon yet. I thought I did. Unless I'm confused by something. Silicon ingot made in... Oh, blast furnace 2. Okay, so I need metallurgy 2, which is green science, before I can worry about that. Okay, so it does just get shoved in a box then. I see what you mean now. When you said it was red-green science, I thought you weren't sure whether it was red science or green science, and I was like, oh, I have, yeah, I'm about to make silicon right now, but I understand now what you meant was it takes both red and green science, yes. In that case, I don't think I'm particularly close to green science, to tell you the truth, so I'm going to make a couple inserters, and silicon can go in some boxes. And I'll just disconnect that. Well, I might as well leave it on. I have no idea where power even is. Let's just run some down from here. There we are. So let's see, that's everything set up along the way. I've got casting, I've got induction, I've got the blast furnace, I've got sorting, I've got crushing. I think I should be ready to plug it in. I believe I even have drills on me? Maybe? Potentially? No. Okay. I might have put them away. No, I've used them somewhere. Okay. Where is my input going to be? Because I remember this was going to be a problem. I can do some sort of awful snaking like this, I guess. Something like that. And I literally only have 2 drills, but honestly that's probably plenty. This is out again. There we are. And so, let's just throw this down there. Ooh, power's worse than I thought it was. All the same, burst through little bits of ore going to come rolling down fairly soon. Should get crushed. Come up. Properly filtered. Hit this guy. Get sorted. Filtered, 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 stored. And that should bring me all the way up to 10. You can do it, little guys. Come on. How's pollution doing? Oh my god, my pollution's shrinking. It's smaller than it was before. I really do love the algae plants in the arboretums. They're very nice. I am burning half charcoal at least. Which is, honestly, like, to be fair, not like I'm doing a tremendous amount up here. This could easily be expanded more if I needed it. Half is pretty good, I'd say. Where can I do... No. I was thinking about maybe trying to expand this a little more, but I don't have the iron for it, and I'm not gonna run up, grab it, and so on. So I think I will try and focus on expanding this. Just the air guy. Yep, very cool. Okay. So I think I will come and try and expand power just a little bit, and honestly I'll probably call it at expanding power. I'd say this has been a very productive first day. Maybe not if you look in terms of hours, but if you look at it as just the first day, this has been pretty cool. Where even is iron? Here is iron. I forgot I was only outputting half a belt of iron, just due to the way things are over here right now. So let's maybe I will go ahead and do a little bit. I need a burner inserter as well. Okay. So we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll expand charcoal just a little bit, and then I'll call it. grab you and just move you down here, just out of the way a little bit. There you go. Let's do you and you. Did I actually make all the stuff? I only made 2 of them. There we go. Pull you over and get some pipes going. I realize I don't really need to do the pipes like this, but that's kind of how it started when I was doing steam power earlier, and I just have no reason to do it differently now. Actually, funny enough. Curious. Does something in here modify how much steam can be consumed? Okay, no, they're balanced out now. Okay. I was a little confused. I guess it was just draining the pipes. There must have been a lot of steam in the pipes, because they were all running at full tilt with only 2 boilers, and I was wondering, is there something I'm not aware of here? Burner? Burner? There we are. And pull you guys over. All cool? All cool, okay. So that's gonna tide us over for a little while. This power pole's in the way. And then I can move this down, I guess. Just to, like, here. Yeah, I can still work with that. That's not a problem. Ooh, I do need more inserters though. Everything... okay. I moved some poles around and I was kind of afraid I may have disconnected something important, but it all seems good. Let me actually look at ratios here. So you produce 0.83, you consume 1.5. Okay, so yeah, it's almost 2 to 1. That's not how I've built it. Honestly, can't say I care that much. It'll work as it likes. This is gonna be quite imbalanced, but oh well. I suppose if I'm backing up all the way to this point, then that's fine. I'm not that worried about it. More research done. What are you locked behind? Okay, I haven't made steel. That is a fair point. I would love to have the large chests, but that waits until steel, so I suppose I'll just do these guys. Yeah, I was waiting to do green science last because I knew that was going to explode how many available things I had to research, even though I do not have green science. This setup could definitely be improved. Okay. Well, like I said, thanks to everyone who came out today. That's been great. I haven't played Bobs and Angels in so long, and being able to play in 1.0, especially the, being able to do the recipe lookups, that is a game changer. I've always thought, especially more heavily modded Factorio, needed some sort of, to use Minecraft terms, like an NEI or a JEI or something, because, oh boy, sometimes it would get hairy. sometimes it was tough. Oh, it's been more than a year. I will fully admit that even though I run the threads and the maps and everything, very rarely do I actually have the willpower and the free time to actually play the game. And if I do play, oftentimes it might be for, 3 hours, and then I'll get sidetracked and just, I'll be lucky if I come back to it the whole month, and then the map's over. So it's been probably 3 or 4 years since I've actually really committed and felt like doing a Bobs and Angels run, so I'm super pumped to get back into it. Also a little rusty, not gonna deny that one. I don't really remember where most of anything goes, but I am very, very excited to be back into the swing of things. I'll certainly be streaming again. I don't necessarily know how soon. I might even try and stream again on Wednesday if I have the free time, but if not, certainly I'll be back next week. So once again, thank you for coming out, coming and watching, and I'll see you guys